USA, USA, USA.
Welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, live at the RNC, Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It has been a day. We're just getting started on the show. We've got a long night ahead for you guys. We've got amazing news stories. JD Vance bringing a little bit of realignment to politics. The twists and turns with JD Vance is amazing, interesting. New twists on turns on whether Biden's going to stay as the Democratic candidate. We've got not only action from his side, but now the forces against Biden have reemerged. So that's going to be super interesting. And wait till you get a load of some of our guests tonight. So not only will we be doing play-by-play coverage of all the speeches, but Mike Lindell is going to join us in a little bit. Probably in about 20 minutes or so. And then Rudy Giuliani is threatening to come on in a couple hours. So
threatening to come on.
He's right there. He's right there. So it has been a wild day here at the RNC. Somebody was shot outside. That's a whole nother story. And so
what?
Oh, you don't even know that one?
No.
Yeah, there was a guy with a knife, but it had nothing to do with the convention. Just the cops and the Secret Service are so jittery that it was within a mile of the convention, a guy pulled out a knife and they shot him dead. Okay.
Wow.
So anyways, so lots to get to here, but stay all night with us. I mean, last night, if you were watching live, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, with a shocking speech. And we're always honest with you guys. We're like, that speech is standard, that speech is boring, that speech is not true. Oh, that was slightly interesting, and then whammo! What in the world just happened? He gave one of the most progressive speeches I've ever seen at a Republican or Democratic convention.
Don't say Democratic convention. I think that's unfair.
No, I don't think it's unfair. I don't think Bernie's ever been that harsh against corporate rule. Okay.
I mean, he's not quite as fiery, and he's not quite as aggressive. I hear what you're saying, and you do hate the fact that he doesn't hit corporate corruption.
Yeah.
Right.
Sean O'Brien was better on hitting the corporate corruption. So, but that was the keynote speaker in the Republican convention. So what in the world's going on? So if you want to see our play-by-play and analysis of the Sean O'Brien speech, that's on our YouTube channel. You can check that out. But make sure you're watching live today. Share the stream if you can. All right, so let's get to it. We got a lot of stories.
All right, so I actually wanted to start off today's show by talking a little bit about Joe Biden's interview with Lester Holt. So this is one of the interviews that, of course, he's doing in an attempt to kind of persuade Democratic voters and also Democrats in Congress that he's still fit to run for president, to serve as president. So with that in mind, let's get to it.
Has this shooting changed the trajectory of this race?
I don't know, and you don't know either.
But have you taken a step back and done a little soul searching on things that you may have said that could incite people who are not balanced?
How do you talk about the threat to democracy, which is real, when a president says things like he says? Do you just not say anything because it may incite somebody?
Do you feel like you've weathered the storm on this issue of whether you should be on the ticket or not?
Look, 14 million people voted for me to be the nominee.
Who do you listen to on deeply personal issues like the decisions whether to stay in the race or not?
Me.
President Joe Biden sat down with NBC's Lester Holt as part of his media tour meant to persuade Democrats, both in Congress and Democratic voters, that he has the energy and the mental acuity to take on Trump. Now, did he make a good case for himself? You know, there have been other.
No.
Okay, well, we're going to get to a lot of highlights. We're going to show you some videos from the interview. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the first portion of the conversation where they kind of discussed his ability to beat Donald Trump and whether he's going to stay in the race.
I'm going to debate him when we agreed to debate, and I'm going to debate him in September.
But if the opportunity came up to do one between now and then, is there a sense of wanting to get back on the horse?
I'm on the horse. Where have you been? I've done 22 major events, met thousands of people, overwhelming crowds, a lot happening. I'm on the horse. What I'm doing is going out and demonstrating to the American people that I'm in command of all my faculties, that I don't need notes, I don't need teleprompter. I can go out and answer any questions at all.
If you were to continue to run and be officially nominated, what happens if you have another episode like we saw during the debate?
What happens if another?
Yeah, what happens if you have another performance on that par, on that level?
I don't plan on having another performance on that level.
So clearly he is not only planning to remain in the race, but a big question a lot of us had asked is whether Biden still wants to debate Donald Trump. And that debate is set for September. And Cenk, he's definitely planning on debating Trump again.
Yeah, but there's actually something really interesting there. Because I thought that was the best question that Lester Holt asked, which is Trump says he's willing to do it again right now. So do you want to do it? And so he said no, he wants to do it in September. But brother, you're behind. You're way behind. I mean, there's a poll out where you're losing New Jersey. And right now, we'll get to this a little bit later, but Democrats back in a panic, including all the way through Adam Schiff, right? Because you're about to lose all of Congress. So if I'm behind in a race, I say yes to a debate right away, right away. Trump wants to do another debate with you where you could then come back and show how vibrant and great you are, and that it was just an off night and you were sick and you're not sick anymore. That's how you make up ground.
Right.
And he's saying no. You know why he's saying no? Because he can't handle another debate and he knows it. That you shouldn't be the candidate. It's so obvious. Any candidate that's behind, especially if they're way behind, that says no to a debate is a candidate who is guaranteed to lose. Absolutely, positively guaranteed, because that means they're not even trying to win.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that debate is really going to happen? I mean, look,
he's not going to be the candidate by then.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. There is a possibility that will be the case. But in terms of how he handled that messaging in this interview, it was clear that he remained defiant. And then Lester Holt asked, well, what about what your closest allies in Congress have to say about you? So let's go to that video next.
Your allies, James Clyburn, Nancy Pelosi, have kind of put it out there that they're waiting for your decision, giving you time to make your decision. What I hear from you is that you made your decision. Are you still comfortable in that decision? Has anything changed in the last several days?
No.
Who do you listen to on deeply personal issues like the decisions whether to stay in the race or not?
Me. Look, I've been doing this a long time. The idea that I'm the old guy, I am. I'm old. But I'm only 3 years older than Trump, number one. And number two, my mental acuity's been pretty damn good. I've gotten more done than any president has in a long, long time in 3.5 years.
So briefly, I just want to touch on the talking point that we've heard from Biden and Biden supporters over and over again. And when I say Biden supporters, I'm not talking about the voters. I'm specifically talking about political allies. It is admirable that he has done some things as president of the United States. Massive, legislative goals were met, although it wasn't obviously his entire agenda, not even close. It's not about what he's already accomplished. It's about whether he has the ability to win and beat Donald Trump. And if he does, miraculously, considering how low he is in the polling, especially in the battleground states, if he pulls off that win, is he going to be able to serve another 4 years? That is the question. We're not asking about your record. We're not even questioning your record. That's not what the conversation is about. And hate that it's this constant effort to deflect and talk about his record when his record has nothing to do with the fact that as you get old, it progresses. Whatever condition it is, it progresses. It gets worse.
Okay, so look, every interview is a disaster, and it's only at varying levels of disaster. We're so used to him not being able to finish a thought. They were like, oh, he didn't pass out in the middle of that interview. Okay, well, maybe he's back on the horse, as he says. What horse? What are you talking about? That horse went to Old Town Road a long time ago. So here, let's look at one of our viewers, Lady Little, throw it in. He's giving aggressive non-answers and getting old man snippy. Exactly right. That's exactly what I saw in that interview. And in the other interview that he did with Complex. So by the way, I love doing the show with our members. Hit the join button below to become one of the members and become part of the show, okay? So now, when I'm watching that debate, that interview, he starts an answer, then switches to another answer, then switches to another answer, and switches. He's can't even finish the talking points. He's got like a quarter talking point and then a quarter talking point. Brother, you keep falling off the horse at every answer. Even the ones that were supposed to reassure us, like who do you talk to? Now you can say, hey, I of course White House Chief of Staff, I got my pollsters, I've got consultants, or I got great allies that I trust. These are answers that give us reassurance that you're talking to a variety of people, getting their input and making a rational decision, especially when it's so important.
Right.
And democracy's on the line, according to you, right? And he says, me, that's the guy I consult with. That's a terrible answer, terrible. And then what happens if you have another episode? First of all, that answer itself was another episode. This is going viral online now because he was like, right? Oh, you're having one. He's like, I don't plan on having another episode. Too late. And it doesn't matter whether you're planning on it. What happens if another one happens? You have to have an answer for that. He doesn't have these answers prepared. He just keeps going back to the same thing. I watch all these interviews now. Oh, Trump is the one trying to take away democracy. Trump says racist things over and over and over again. They ask him, what's your agenda for the next term, right? Holt asked, that's a softball. That's as big a softball as it gets. He did not say one thing about the economy. He did not say one policy proposal. He went back to Trump's against democracy. Well, brother, if you're not going to try, then get the hell out of the race.
Well, okay, so I actually want to comment on that. First of all, great point. And his decision to remain in the race has essentially sucked all of the air out of the room. And all of the attention on the Democratic side, of course, is now on whether or not Biden is going to continue running, whether or not Democrats are going to find some way to persuade him to step down so someone more competitive can run against Donald Trump. And what's frustrating about that is, especially now that we're at the RNC and we see the types of conversations that are taking place, you can feel that voters here are incredibly energized. When we first got here today, there was someone working security who recognized us and happened to be a fan. And he's like, yeah, people are feeling real smug here. And I was like, yeah, I would feel smug too. Who wouldn't feel smug? They have the Teamsters president giving a keynote speech. There's just a lot of energy here. And there's talk of policy, even if it's policy that we don't favor, it's still a much more substantive conversation for their side compared to what we are dealing with on our side. And it's just unfair to Democratic voters to have a Democratic Party that is hyper-focused right now on Biden's unwillingness to let go of power and be that bridge candidate or bridge politician that he claimed to want to be when he was running for his first term. It's incredibly frustrating. And Cenk, the other thing that I'll say is, it has become very clear to me that Biden's not getting the full picture of what the polling suggests, okay? And so let's watch the next clip because he touches on that, and I'll discuss what I mean.
Are you all on the same page? Are you seeing what they saw, which was moments of, frankly, that appeared to be confused?
Lester, look, why don't you guys ever talk about the 28 lies he told? Where are you on this? Why didn't the press ever talk about that? 28 times it's confirmed he lied in that debate. I had a bad night. I wasn't feeling well at all. And I had been, without it making, I screwed up. But
I just asked the question because the idea that you may or may not have seen what some of these other folks have seen, you're not on the same.
I'd have to see. I was there. I'd have to see it. I was there. And by the way, seriously, you won't answer the question, but why didn't the press talk about all the lies he told?
Well,
I haven't heard anything about that.
We have reported many of the issues that came up during that debate.
No, you haven't.
We'll provide you with them.
God love you.
Okay.
So that's another example of him getting, snippy during this interview. And it's just so weird to see, to some extent, roles reversed where, we would criticize Trump for being so aggressive for the media, for not serving as his mouthpiece. And in this case, Biden seems to think, no, I'm actually doing really well. The race was always close from the start, which it shouldn't have been close from the start. That's insane. And he thinks it's a toss-up based on the polling. But once you dig a little bit and you look at the battleground states and you look at states that used to be, Democratic strongholds like New Jersey, it's a completely different picture. So the question is Biden aware of these polls or is he just completely delusional?
Look, we're having a debate just because the other side is forcing us into it.
Yep.
But this is nonsensical. If you just took a person who's not familiar with American politics and showed them that person, and they wouldn't believe that he's running for president. No way. That person looks super old, disjointed answers, cranky, doesn't answer any of the actual questions. Hey, look, people are concerned about how you did in the debate. Well, are you talking about his lies? No, first, look, I don't mind you bringing up the lies, okay? But first you've got to establish that you're fine. I said, of course, like if they ask me that question, I say, well, of course I'm fine. That's why I created twice as many jobs as Donald Trump. And that's why I said in the debate this, that, the other thing, give them all my policies. Reassure us that you're firmly in command and that you're way better and that you're positive for the American people. Way better than Trump, and I got this. Then turn to Trump's lies, right? But when you don't even address the question and you're like, hey, listen, Jack. And now, what was that awkward laugh? Everything is, it's a train wreck, guys. It's a train wreck. If you can't see it, you're trying super hard not to see it. He's a goner. There's no way he lasts. This is ridiculous. And every time I see these train wreck interviews, I think Jill Biden is an egomaniac. The first lady, how is she throwing him out there, man? I couldn't stand if a loved one went through one of these excruciating interviews,
right,
let alone the debate, which was just an historic embarrassment. And you're gonna keep putting your husband through that over and over and over again because you'd like to stay in power. Let's be honest.
So let's take a break. When we come back, I wanted to kind of get into this war that's playing out between some Democratic congressional lawmakers and the Democratic National Committee. Remember, there was this plan to do an early virtual roll call vote with the delegates to essentially solidify Biden as the nominee. Is that going to happen? Well, we've got a huge story on that when we come back. Don't miss it.
You would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one. You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said no, other than day one.
By locking up his enemies, by breaking all the rules, the courts, yeah, right. Them and what army?
This country needs a dictator. I hate to say that, but it's the truth.
It's the truth from the Young Turks. Americans saying they want a dictator.
I'd rather have Donald Trump as a dictator for 4 years. I'm going dictator Trump for sure.
How crazy will his supporters go?
I'm going to be a dictator for one day.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. Here at TYT, we understand this. That's why we're not gonna price gouge you or use inflation as an excuse to raise our prices. A TYT membership is not your typical subscription, but basic membership is still just $4.99. So what do you get for that price? For starters, you're getting exclusive programming, unique exclusive designs from Shop TYT, access to a members only chat, giveaways, emojis, and so many other amazing perks. But most importantly, you're helping to make an impact. As a TYT member, you not only help us do the shows every day, but you drive real positive change in the process. In 2017, we helped to start Justice Democrats right here on TYT. That's a group that got 12 progressives elected into Congress. That's amazing, you did that. Your support also funds TYT's very own investigative reporting. Just recently, our reporters exposed the Fellowship Foundation and pressured lawmakers into boycotting that bigoted event. Isn't that amazing? We raised over $30,000 for Jackson, Mississippi, and delivered clean water to thousands of people in need. Our petitions, polls, and community of activists help keep the corruption of Washington in check. That's the impact of what just $4.99 a month from our members can do. And we're just getting started. Positive change doesn't occur overnight, but with your contribution, we can make it happen together.
I got pulled in. They told me, hey, listen, Cenk, we're insiders. We are the establishment. People in Washington tell me that they're concerned about your tone. We think that there's a better role for you, and it's not in 6 o'clock. The problem with the mainstream media is they're desperate to get access. They don't challenge the government. They don't challenge power. We're supposed to challenge the government. That's the role of the media.
Components that corrupt our politicians, I think, also corrupt mainstream media. It's really difficult for cable outlets to talk about things like income inequality, wealth inequality, when the advertisers that are funding their shows are the same corporations that want to ensure that the same system continues. People watch digital media or new media, they get a completely different message. They focus on the issues that matter or resonate more with the constituency. We need to know one thing. Is the corporate media incompetent?
Corporate media, I can't hear you. Establishment press, where are you? I can't hear you. But the media's position I am clear on. Everything is pro-war, so everything is just framed that way. In this case, I mean, war is inevitable, right? I mean, the defense contractors should get a couple more $1 trillion. You ready for the stunning results? Only 6% of people say they have a great deal of confidence in the press. Wakey, wakey, okay? Progressives don't like the media either. You know why? It's the corporate media. Corporate media sounds like a conspiracy. Wait. Who owns you? Multi-billion-dollar corporations, public corporations. Yeah, we're corporate media because corporations own us. Yeah, that's how it works.
Join the Dragon Squad by becoming a YouTube channel member. Click the join button below or sign up on tyt.com/join to get access to fun emojis, a member-only chat, exclusive shop TYT designs, ad-free watching, and so many other amazing perks. Plus, you get bragging rights for being part of the coolest community on the internet and help us drive real positive change in the world. The Dragon Squad awaits, so join today.
Welcome back to the Young Turks at the Republican National Convention. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, and as you can tell, Mike Lindell showed up. Okay,
thanks for having me on.
No problem. Okay, so Mike, let's just jump right into it. Are you still going on about the last election?
If you follow me, you would know that what I'm going on about is getting rid of the machines and getting to paper ballots hand counted like so many other countries around the world have outlawed, and they get to paper ballot. I want to have elections. Since in the spring of 21, I went on Jimmy Kimmel, and Jimmy Kimmel asked me, he said, Mike, he goes, if your friend Donald Trump had been selected like you say Biden was, would you still be sounding an alarm? By that time, I already knew it wasn't about who won. It's what we have to have secure elections. That's what I've been about.
I think that's pretty reasonable. I think paper ballots are important.
Right, absolutely. 17 countries have outlawed the machines. Another about 30 countries have outlawed early voting, mail-in voting. Here in the United States, we have the worst election platforms in the world. And Democrats, remember, they wanted the machines gone for a long time. These uniparty Republicans that I fight every single day, including Robin Voss right here in Wisconsin, it's disgusting that they want to keep the machines.
So does Donald Trump and his crew still support what you're doing, or have they distanced themselves a little bit from you?
As far as what? No, he says it all the time. Paper ballots, hand counted. He wants to get there. He wants no matter what happens, we have to get there.
So look, if you say paper ballots, Anna and I agree. It's it depends on the details. No. It depends on the details, right? But we agree on recounts, hand recounts, etc. But do you really think that that election was stolen in 2020? Still, after all this time, after all the courts said it wasn't, after there was no evidence?
Here's what I say: the 2020 election will go down as the most important election in history, and here's why. In November and December of 2020, I did my own investigation. I went out and got the voter rolls. And what I seen, and I got them in every state and every county by the time. It took about 2-3 months. But what I noticed was people voted in all these states that didn't live there and counties. And that disturbed me because I couldn't imagine in my own home state of Minnesota, hey, I get 5,000 people going, hey, you guys, let's go and jump into Wisconsin and commit a crime. People are genuinely good people. And I couldn't explain it. It didn't make sense. So then when I got evidence given to me on January 9th of 2021, that it was done by computers, that explained that you could do the power of numbers and something like that. And then since that time, do I believe it was taken then? I believe it was taken then. Yes, I do. I believe it was still. But I'm so glad that Donald Trump did not get put back in that, because it took 3 years. We would have lost our country forever. It took 3 years of what I've done, my teams on the ground, and the investigations into all the stuff that's been revealed. What the Democrats, my own Senator Amy Klobuchar and Kamala Harris said, there's problems with these machines. We got to get rid of these computers. All that's been exposed through cast vote records, which is under the Freedom of Information Act. We all can request these. We got them all, and there was almost every county was computer manipulated one way or another. And
no one else agrees.
Not just with Republicans, Democrats too. I deal with Democrats on that because they'll be more helpful. I was in Georgia. This lady got in the summer of 22, 3 Democrats, this nice lady, her husband, she got 0 votes in her own precinct. Crooked Brad Rassenberger, the Secretary of State of Georgia, they actually had to quick look into it. Oh, I'm sorry, you got 3,000 some votes. She went from 3rd to 1st. Another Democrat, 4 counties over, she got 4,600 votes, but she wasn't on the ballot. And these things, as we investigated, and right now in Georgia, they finally brought this last fall. She was an Obama-appointed judge. She brought this case, the curling case against Crooked Brad Rassenberger, now the Secretary of State. Can I say that on your show?
You can say it because hold on.
So anyway, but I'm going to finish explaining. So finally the case in the fall, in October, the judge said, you know what? These experts, this Alex Halderman, that he got to look inside the computers, and he says there's problems. So we're going to push this forward. And she said, if you question the machines, you're not a conspiracy theorist. I got to take off my tinfoil hat on my show. Jimmy Kimmel had it on there. He'd say, well, could be taken off. But this case went to court on January 9th of this year. The Halderman hacked into the machine in 5 minutes with a ballpoint pen in front of the judge. And the judge now is sitting on that to rule on. One of the few cases in the United States where a judge looked at stuff based on merit. And this isn't to overturn any election of 2020. This is, for me, what I'm doing now and what I've been focused on is get to paper ballots hand counted, no matter what it takes or what has to get revealed. We've got to get to where we have elections where everybody trusts them. In Kansas, in the 2022 election, I was getting from my team all these Democrat votes being flipped to Republican. At the same time, down in Arizona, in Kerry Lake, the machines, 242 of them went bad. Why are we using these? If you have bad brakes on a car, you get rid of them.
Well, I have a question. Hold on.
No. Anna's going to ask the question. I just want to be clear to the audience. No one else agrees with what Mike Lindell's saying. Okay.
Well, the other day,
you hear that, audience?
Hold on.
But the CNN, they agree with me. They've been
okay. I'm just clear. Okay. Go ahead.
That way, nobody agrees that we should go to paper ballots hand counted.
No. All the so-called facts you said about the Rassenberger being 3rd and then 1st and then votes switching. No one else believes that. Democrats don't believe that. Republicans don't believe that. Democrats who lost don't believe that. Republicans who lost don't believe that. I don't know why they would.
So I'd like to pivot a little bit, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Because there have been some interesting developments during this convention. And, as a successful business owner, I'm really curious what you think about it, because yesterday the Teamsters president gave a giant speech. He was the keynote speaker. I was impressed by the speech. To hear a pro-labor, pro-worker message at the Republican National Convention is pretty much unheard of. And as a business owner, when you hear a leader of a massive union talk about taking corporations to task, talk about increasing taxes and all of that, what are your thoughts about that?
My thoughts, I look at the situation we're in now that doesn't make sense, where the price of everything is going up, and it's because of shipping costs. And then you have open borders. You have these nonsensical things that don't help anybody. Either I'm talking about the people, no, not the party. So I look at things of anybody out there, whatever they're saying on the stage or whatever they're doing. If it's one thing to do what you're saying or say what you're doing. Well, I look at stuff in real time and go, if politicians make decisions and you look at it and you go, okay, who's that going to help? They have a hidden agenda, and it's a very evil agenda.
Interesting.
That's where I'm at. I look at things. I spent time. I was in Chicago, in the heart of Chicago, a month ago. I invited 500 Democrats. All of them were in there, and I was filming them, talking to them all. They'll talk to me. They don't make me as evil. I was a former crack addict. I've said who I was. I'm very open of who I am, and I'm the American dream on steroids. To take that and get freedom for the grace of God and get rid of those addictions. And I felt my calling. We go around helping everybody out of addiction to Jesus Christ. And said this election stuff comes along, you think I'd still be sounding the alarm? They're going, hey, we got to overturn the 2020 election. No. That ship sailed. What it is I want to get to paper ballots hand counted because I know the dangers. Elon Musk.
But do you want to pay more in taxes as a business owner?
I believe there could be different taxes. For me, I have my own thing. I believe there should be an internet tax. You have box stores that pay all this stuff. They pay for everything. And the internet, you have, including my company, you got all this stuff that you can put an internet tax out there. Then you're taxing. You're taxing these big things like your Amazons of the world. That these platforms that don't pay anything for the internet to use the internet. The box stores, they have to all pay for rent and property tax and all these things. If you did that, the price of our goods would come down. They would come down.
Do you think they'd come down, really?
I think they would if we had an internet tax. At least you'd level the playing field for our box stores.
But I don't want people to miss it. So you're saying we're done with the 2020 election.
I have said that. If you've been following me, okay. I haven't said one thing about overturning the 2020 since the spring of 21.
Okay.
And here's what I will say this. I want to say this. My biggest attack on my pillow, I've been sued for billions. Okay, billions upon billions. A company, an employee-owned company, made in the USA. Everything we want is the American dream. They have been sued. They did nothing. There's CEOs out there going, hey, we need to go to paper ballots hand count. I came up with a plan last August to do just that. And since then, I've been attacked more than I was in 21. Every single day, de-bank, de-platform, de-this, and you know what? We're getting through it by the grace of God. But just like now, can I say my new plan right now? I want everyone in this country to request their mail-in ballot. Don't open it, and when you go to vote, if they say you already voted, you say, no, I didn't. This is called identity theft, like if I'd steal your identity. And this isn't a Democrat or Republican thing. This is a people thing. I have so many people, Democrats and Republicans, that went to vote. They said, I'm sorry, you already voted for it. It happened 3 months ago in Texas. This was on the news. A district attorney Democrat went to vote, and they said, I'm sorry, you already voted. She goes, no, I didn't. She can't prove it.
But Mike, that can happen in a very odd case, and that's why it made the news, because it was so odd, right?
No, it's because
but it doesn't happen.
She had a platform.
No, but every court that you've gone to, and that Trump has gone to, and that all of you guys have gone to, says there's absolutely no evidence of wide-scale fraud.
Including judges that were appointed by Donald Trump.
Let's talk about Wisconsin here, okay? In 21. The Robin Voss, the biggest blocker I ever told you about, and he's a Speaker of the House here in Wisconsin. He ordered an investigation. He hired Michael Gableman, an ex-Supreme Court judge of Wisconsin. He did a year-long investigation, and at the end of the investigation, he had to list all this fraud that happened in Wisconsin. Robin Voss said, I know there was widespread fraud, but I can't do anything until a court rules on it. 2 weeks later, the Supreme Court of Wisconsin came out and said there was all this fraud, and Robin Voss went into hiding. That's fact. It's in the news. It's fact. Robin Voss is one of the biggest blockers to free our elections, to get us to paper ballots.
How do you explain Republican candidates winning in down ballot races in 2020 when, No, we're not talking about Republican. The Republicans in the primary, that's where they take out the candidates they want. We're not talking about the president. No, I'm talking about in general races for congressional seats, right? General races for congressional seats.
You know what I believe in? Yeah. The Uniparty. This isn't a Democrat or Republican thing. You have never heard me badmouth the Democrats. If you follow me, you know who I badmouth? Uniparty Republicans every single day, because they block me. I go into red states, Alabama. I'll give you an example. Alabama, South Dakota, Arkansas, Missouri, Texas. They all block. You think I'd be able to go in there and go, oh, you guys are Republicans. You should get rid of these machines and get paper, right? First one I went to was John Merrill, Secretary of State, in the summer of 21. I went into Alabama, paid $40,000 for their voter rolls. I go, John, do you realize, and this is right out of their machines, John, do you realize that there's 4,660 people that voted here in Alabama that are over 110 years old? He looked at me and says, well, we live pretty good here in Alabama. I thought he was making a joke. He didn't even want to look into it, you know?
So look, Mike throws out a lot of facts. I don't want to say facts. No. Mike throws out a lot of talking points, etc. Okay, and so I want you to know. Look, so we're not going to know about whether the local Alabama guy you talked to is actually said that or didn't say that, and so there's no way that I could instantly fact check you on that.
I agree.
Okay, but in terms of the courts that looked at the Trump
forward,
the Trump went to 60 and his allies went to 61 different courts. They lost every single time. That you claim Democrats and Republicans are losing because they got cheated, but they're not complaining that they got cheated. And so I don't know why they would give up their power voluntarily. So Mike, look, if you say verify the vote, everybody agrees, right? But once you start making allegations about things that are not provable.
You have not heard me say anything about the 2020 election since the summer of 21. I have sat out there and say, melt down the machines, turn them into prison bars, and I've been after every uniparty Republican. When I talk about the 2020 election, when I talk about that is the most important because it's going to manifest and get us to a safe, we should be the example to the world of good election. Democrats, Amy Klobuchar, Kamala Harris, in the movie Kill Chain in 2018, I know these guys, you can go watch it right now. All of them said, we've got to get rid of the machines because we can't rely on that. Our government deemed our election critical infrastructure. We got to treat it as such. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. We've got to treat it. Now, was it?
By the way, let me ask you one last thing about that.
Back then, did I want the election overturned to Donald Trump? Absolutely, for what I had seen. But you know what? Now that I know now, I'm so happy that didn't happen because I had to find out over 3 years. Hey, these are critical. We've got to go to paper ballots. I talked to France, Germany. I was on the phone with the UK in their recent election. We have learned what the best practices are, and we've got it up. We've got it up on my site. Here's where it is.
Why do you think that? I know I'm not making this a partisan thing, but you know. Some of the same Republican lawmakers who were on your side about the election allegedly being stolen from Trump, why do you think that when they had the opportunity to vote on legislation to enhance our election security, they all voted no? Why do you think that?
I don't even think they looked at it, to be honest with you. I think you have a lot of fear out there. Judges have fear. Everybody has fear. When you talk about machines and stuff, here's why. On February 4th of 2021, Smartmatic sued Fox News. That started lawfare in this country that hadn't been done since 1792. All the conservative media, Fox News, Newsmax, Salem Media, they all cowered down. They're like weather channels that won't report tornadoes or hurricanes. So that happened. Who do I rely on? As you know, all my friends call me, these CNN that you see follow me. I'm friends with all these guys. They attack me, but I welcome that because I can get the word out. We got to go to paper ballot. You know what I've been doing over there at the convention? They go in the news today. You can look it up. USA Today said every question asked Mike Lindell. All he kept saying for the answer, we got to go to paper ballots and count it. All the other stuff to me is a distraction. So when you ask me about what they said on the stage, the Republican Party, that part don't matter. What I want to do is get to a free and fair election and save the American dream.
Last question about the elections. So Donald Trump, when he wants the Republicans to do something in Congress, is very good at it. He recently blocked the immigration bill that they had already agreed to. The Republicans actually had proposed it, and he said, no, take down your own bill, and they did. So why do you think that he never pressed Republicans in Congress to actually do election reform?
Right.
When theoretically
he has legislation to ensure paper ballots, for instance.
We didn't know enough. And if you guys know,
he can do it now.
There were so many deviations that happened in the 2020 where people illegally, Secretary of States across our country, both Democrat and Republican, made decisions based on an anomaly in history because legislatures make the laws, not the Secretary of State. So the stuff they did then, right or wrong, Some of them did it maybe for other reasons, but they did it because we were in an anomaly. Those things need to be looked at, and we go back to where we were. Why we don't have that stuff now? Why are we using? You're going to get into all different. There's 2 states that wanted to go to texting your ballot in and emailing it in.
Which states?
Where would we be? This was done in Utah and Oregon in a couple counties.
They wanted people to vote by text?
By text and email. All of our UOCAVA votes are by email now. You know that, right?
I don't know that. I would have to fact check that.
No, that's true. That's true. You can still do a 45-day mail-in ballot, but Obama.
Okay, so that didn't answer the Trump question.
But here's the question. The question is.
That didn't answer the Trump question at all.
The question is, right now, what's all been revealed is, when he gets in, and he said himself, we need to go to same-day voting paper ballots. You know what I've told him? I said, you know what? I know I'm fighting them, the machine companies and I call it the uniparty globalists out there. I'm fighting that, not the Democrat Party, the Republican Party. I think it's deeper than that. I said, and this is their tool for election. So in order for him, if he gets in and he says, hey, we got to go to same-day voting, you got to have the people behind it. All people. That's why my plan, and I'm meeting in Chicago. I'm going to the DNC. I'm going to go there. I want to go there and say, hey, we all need to grab our mail-in ballots. And then when you go to vote, if they say you voted, that's identity theft. Then everybody's going to be upset with that in your county. So, hey, my Amy and Joe, they went down to vote and they said they already voted and they had the ballot. Then it will get looked into. So we all agree on a safe and secure election going forward.
All right. Can I tell you something funny? So I wanted to fill out my mail-in ballot, but it ran out of time. So I took it in, just like you want, in California. You know what they said? Mike Lindell has already voted for you. No, I'm kidding. No, okay. No.
That's a conspiracy. CNN, if you're still here, don't do that. Come on now. I told the CNN guys I wouldn't lie. Right?
Okay. So, no, by the way, that did happen, except the last part, obviously. They're like, oh, no, it shows that you didn't vote yet. So, yes. Hand it in and you'll be able to vote. So it went perfectly fine, even in your scenario. I'm just curious.
Example, so many people got there, even in the Newsom recall, they got there. I was out there then, and they went all the way in to vote. They said, you've already voted. Now they sit there and they're like calling him a liar, and they call him a liar and they go, no, I didn't vote, but they said, we'll fill out a provisional ballot. No. By the way, California has some great laws nobody knows about when it comes to the handicap, what they had, because that's the excuse they used to keep the machine. In California, their law was very good. It's like when you and I have a notary, there's so many different kinds of handicap. And if I come in, I got to sign, this is okay if this person sees my vote. It's like signing a notary, you give them permission, no matter what your handicap is, then you're covered for him to be able to see who you voted for, or you bring it,
Okay, so for a while, it looked like My Pillow was going bankrupt. Did it not happen? Is it still in business?
We had our biggest week of the year last week. And that's happened last year when I announced the plan. American Express, never been late in my life. They went away. We got D-Bank, D-Merchant Server. Our vendors, they cut credit back. So we had a $25 million squish. In other words, if I had a 120-day credit with a stuff product from overseas to get, they squished it down to 30 days. Well, I became the bank for millions upon millions of dollars. Then other vendors that were worried jumped on board. And because we were, but it's through a lot of prayer that we've gotten this far, that we got through it all. But the media grabs that, and I don't understand why they attack a company like My Pillow, the American dream. I used to be the media's darling. But Mike, you walk across the street, how many more employees are you hiring? Wow, you're doing so much for addiction, so much for the veterans, so much for the inner city. I had a foundation, all I did was pour money into everywhere. Money's not a thing, I want to help people. When I did that, then in the summer of 16, I met Donald Trump. I never voted in my life. I was a crack addict. I met Donald Trump. I said, hey, this guy, I talked to his employees. They said, good man, good leader. And I talked to him one-on-one. He asked me about My Pillow and being in the country and how's it working out. And it was just a one-on-one of talking to a businessman. Then he asked about, I said, I used to be a crack addict. I had the Lindell Recovery Network. And he said, I'm going to stop the drugs for you. So I went all in for him. And I did a press release. All of a sudden, the media hated me. In fact, they called me the biggest drug dealer in Minneapolis. And my drug dealer stuck up for me and said he never dealt a drug in his life. He tried to rid Minneapolis of drugs by doing them all,
Okay, all right.
So with my point being, then the Better Business Bureau took My Pillow from an A+ to an F. It's still an F. That's just fantastic. I got attacked for what I believed was a great candidate. Yeah. And that's wrong.
I actually have a follow-up question about that, because you have been willing to sacrifice almost everything, right? Your business, your reputation, all of that. to help Trump? You believe that the election was...
That's not true. What you're saying there. It might have started out like that.
Your support of Trump is what kind of propelled you to...
Me wanting to get rid of the last year has been the biggest attack on me in history and my company. Why? I don't sit out there and say don't you think everyone says, well, the 2020 election, that ship sailed. It's because I want to get rid of the machines. There's a lot of power.
And you want to get rid of the machines.
Let
me ask the question.
Right.
So there have been reports that the Trump family has kind of like distanced themselves from you. Is
Nobody said that?
Really? When was the last time you spoke to them or anyone?
I was with our great real president about a week ago. I spent 2 hours with him, and I'm down in Mar-a-Lago. I said we're friends. When I heard about this assassination attempt, I was actually landing, and I couldn't get to the truth they're saying. I was crying, bawling, because he's my friend. No, it wasn't like, oh, what's going to happen to the world, whatever. He's my friend, and he's a good man. That's what it was, and I was praying for him on the plane. That's what it was.
So you guys do talk regularly, and he consults with you?
We talk regularly as friends. When people say, oh, did you talk about this? No, we talk about we're friends. I don't have an agenda, and he knows that.
Yeah.
We encourage. He's always optimistic. I've told him, he worries about our country. He says the destruction that's going on. I said, God's got his hand in all this. You look up patience, you don't see a picture of me, and probably not him either, right? But I said, this is on God's timing, not ours. When we get to a great place for our country, which I believe we have to have secure elections, but I don't care who's in power, that doesn't matter. And we get to that great place, we're going to look back and say, all of it had to happen just the way it did. God's given us grace right now for such a time as this. And our end goal is obviously everybody to get to heaven. I think people don't look to God when things are going good. They look to it when things aren't going so good, and people are praying.
Okay, so
I've been praying for you,
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, and I didn't know you were still doing pillow talk with Trump, so that's good. That's interesting. Okay, so one last thing.
He's a very good friend of mine.
So one last thing. So you center your life around prayer a lot and faith.
That's it.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
So did that start with the fellowship, or did you meet the folks at the fellowship, the family and the prayer breakfast, etc.
No.
After you got released?
No, here's what happened. In January 16, 2009, I prayed. I was I had all these addictions, crack cocaine, alcohol, cigarette, you name it. I prayed to God that I would wake up and never have the desire again. And I woke up and it was gone. But it was such a transformation. I thought that's the day I got saved. I look at things as mathematical odds to prove that God exists. If you see something that's a 1 in a million or a 1 in a billion, or this is impossible, when do you add it together and consider it a miracle? And things started happening to me all the way up to February 18th. Ready for this? 2017, when I got on my knees and hit a full surrender to Jesus Christ. Now, I had one thing I couldn't do. I could never talk in front of people. You could see me on a commercial, but here I am a month later.
You're talking now.
Yeah, we can't stop you.
I had fear. You know why? I had fear of rejection. You don't get rejected if you don't talk. I had fear of public speaking. 2 people I couldn't talk to you two. And up to a month after I got saved there, in US Bank Stadium in front of 50,000 people, they told a little bit of my story of being this crack cocaine addict and getting saved. And I had to lead 50,000 people in prayer. I didn't even know how to pray at that time,
How do you feel about, the Republican Party kind of poking fun of Hunter Biden's drug addiction?
I think it's horrible. Anybody poking fun of anything of the Bidens, I mean, you've never heard me. The shirt that said "Let's go, Brandon." Mm-hmm. I wouldn't even take pictures of people that had that. I thought it was,
wow.
Absolutely not. I mean, this isn't about Democrats or Republicans. This is about us as people. Hunter Biden had a terrible addiction like I did, In fact, I heard someone had talked to him said, my Hunter Biden actually says you're one of the people on the right that he really likes,
Are you also into modern art now?
No.
A Ukrainian gas expert at all? No? Okay.
And I hope he really did get saved, because the only way, I have my addiction platform, LindoRecoveryNetwork.org, and getting off all your addictions is just a bonus. Getting to our real Lord and Savior Jesus Christ is where it leads you to. And I hope Hunter Biden got there. I pray he did. It's people say it's because he met this gal or whatever, and hopefully that leads him to completely stay off that stuff. And
yeah. Well, he met a gal, you met a guy. The guy you met is named Jesus Christ.
That's exactly right. I thought you were going to say Donald Trump. I love this guy.
Well, Mike, listen.
I'll tell you what. I come in with a whole different attitude, because And he promised me, and you kept your promise. He didn't use God's name in vain today. I didn't swear. We got along.
All right.
You must have seen when I called that lawyer or something, right, on TV. And I said the a-hole thing. Remember that?
I remember that. That was fun.
He didn't call my pillows lumpy. He's okay.
Okay. All right, Mike, listen, we obviously disagree on a lot, but I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate you came on.
Thank you. It's good to have this conversation. I thank you both.
All right.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, guys, we'll be right back and we'll tell you about the plot against Biden within the Democratic Party. So we only have a little bit of time to read your comments here, but I'm going to go to YouTube members first. Greg Javar wrote in, the way Lindell talks about the machines makes me think he watched Terminator one too many times. That's funny. From the desk of my homeboy Goose says, I used to own a couple of mattress stores and this guy's pillows were popular. He is a clown though. Okay, and so I'm so glad we did that interview. I want to break that down for you guys at another time. We'll do it for the members at another time. Well, this says, Biden, what's your opinion of the people of America? And he says, anyways. That is how Biden usually ends questions. Sandra O at tyt.com says, the MyPillow guy is using the Joe Biden playbook of answering or not answering questions. Sharp Cheddar Dragon said, Jank making the lemon face. That did happen from time to time. Okay. So, okay, I'm about to run out of time. God bless. All right, we'll be right back. Back on the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, and all these wonderful people. Dilemma says, longtime watcher, finally able to join. Keep up the great work, guys. Thank you. We appreciate it. Also, Shelton Seidel, Mark Lanford, Gina Lombardi, Inquitus Prime, Roy Dean, Bavarian. Those are all fun handles. They all hit the join button below. We appreciate you guys. Look at us. Our members sent us to the RNC. So tyt.com/team send us to the DNC too, and we should have more fun later. Rudy Giuliani is going to join us, so don't miss that. Don't go anywhere. Tanya Dodgers and Benjamin Morrill, thank you for gifting memberships. And Syntha333, thank you for gifting 5 memberships on YouTube. We appreciate all you guys. Anna.
All right. Well, there has already been some drama, some conflict, if you will, at the Republican National Convention. So I want to talk a little bit about that. So, well,
speaking. What night are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? Or one person? No. Hey, you're not. If you took that stage, you would get booed off. You would get booed off the stage.
Okay, so what you just watched was Congressman Matt Gaetz, obviously Republican congressman from Florida, essentially crashing an interview that former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, was doing. And as you can hear from the video, he's essentially taunting Matt Gaetz. And first he starts off by asking, are you gonna speak? And he's not slated to speak at the RNC. And then says that McCarthy would get booed off the stage should he have been someone slated to speak today. I don't know how true that is. I do think that there is an interesting division within the Republican Party. There are factions forming, if you will. The economic populist, or at least those purporting to be economic populists, versus like the old guard of conservative traditional Republicans, which I think is representative of what Matt Gaetz is. Now, Matt Gaetz, of course, after he was ousted from the House ousted from his position as Speaker of the House, he then resigned from Congress altogether, so he's no longer an elected official. And since then, he's kind of dedicated his time to attacking Matt Gaetz. He has accused Matt Gaetz of paying to have sex with a 17-year-old. He just says it, like he says it in interviews, Cenk, that I watch time to time. And so that bad blood is still very much there, and it's entertaining to watch. I can say that.
Yeah, so look, I got really mixed feelings on this. So number one, earlier today I was doing a Piers Morgan interview. Some of you might have seen it, and someone crashed the set again, right? And afterwards he told me, yeah, but people get famous by crashing your set. Oh, great, that's good, that's nuts, right? But he was a rando. Matt Gaetz is a US congressman. That's kind of embarrassing to, like, when you're not being interviewed, to go and try to crash someone else's interview.
Yeah.
You know how aggressive I am, but I would never do that.
I would never do that.
Yeah, it's embarrassing, and it's not the proper time and place. Like, look, I challenge the establishment 24/7, but you've never seen me do anything like that, because we all have to take turns. We all have to let each other speak. We have to have a conversation, right? And so just trying to bust up someone's interview is like a cheap stunt that like a low-level YouTuber would do.
100%. You gotta respect the broadcast, because think about all the people working on that show, producing that show. It's a live interview, you know? And so what you went through today with the Piers Morgan show and your interview getting interrupted, like, it's ridiculous and it's clownish behavior. So I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I think is interesting to watch is how this conflict between Gaetz and McCarthy keeps going. And to be fair to Gaetz, I guess, McCarthy has pretty much made it his mission to try to destroy Gaetz. Hasn't worked so far, but it is amazing to me how bitter McCarthy still is after being ousted from his position as Speaker of the House.
Yeah, but I get that. I mean, if you were Speaker of the House, it's a giant job, and it only lasted a very short period because of Matt Gaetz. And so, and what I think McCarthy is trying to do is, he's not going above the fray, and he's not going to take, well, he'll take a lobbyist job and all that too, as well, right? But he's basically attaching himself to Matt Gaetz's legs, like Stan Van Gundy, and he's not letting go. And what he's doing is he's dragging down Matt Gaetz, because any consideration of putting him in an important position is gone, because it's going to split the party. And the McCarthy folks are going to be super mad. And if you notice the drama, when Trump came out last night during the convention, got this huge applause, right? and he was sitting next to Speaker Johnson. And remember, Marjorie Taylor Greene attacked Speaker Johnson. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene had a tiny, tiny speaking role here. First one to speak on Monday, only for 2 minutes, basically in the afternoon when no one is watching.
Right.
So Mike Johnson won that battle. Marjorie Taylor Greene has lost that battle, even within the Trump world. So the more Kevin McCarthy fights with Matt Gaetz, the more both of them are hurt. But since McCarthy's out of power, he doesn't care. So, but Gaetz can't let it go either. And it's personal because of the charges of the 17-year-old, et cetera. Now, look, I think that there's one person who's clearly more right than the other on policy. I'm gonna get to that in a second, but did you want to say something?
Well, I wanted to give you a little more information about what happened today, not just during that whole spat that you watched on tape, but also what happened after the fact. So the person who captured that video is with News Nation. His name is Joe Khalil, and he later tweeted the following. Shortly after this moment, we interviewed former Speaker McCarthy, who repeated what we've heard from him before. Gaetz is upset with him because he wouldn't end the ethics investigation into allegations Gaetz paid for sex with a minor. Which, I mean, look, if that is true, if Gaetz was really pestering him to end an ethics investigation into Gaetz, and McCarthy said, no, I'm not gonna do that, and that's the reason why Gaetz retaliated by ousting him as Speaker of the House, Gaetz is definitely in the wrong, obviously, and McCarthy actually did the right thing.
Right, but that's a giant if.
Giant
right.
if, exactly.
Because they're both huge liars. So there's no way of knowing, because it's also possible that it's the reverse. That since Gaetz ousted him, McCarthy's like, oh yeah, even though federal prosecutors are dropped looking into the 17-year-old, I'm going to now do an ethics investigation because you annoyed me and you cost me my power. And so that's it, I'm starting an ethics investigation on you. Which, now let's be honest, if that was a corporate Republican that Kevin McCarthy didn't have a beef with, there's no way in the world they would have started an ethics investigation of a guy that the Biden Justice Department said they're not going to bother to prosecute. There's no way that McCarthy would have done that to one of his allies in the Republican Party. So they're both, like, you shouldn't trust either one of them, okay? And I don't know who's telling the truth about the ethics investigation, and I don't much care, right? So in terms of policy, if we care about that, yeah, so Matt Gaetz is worse on social issues, and so I've got bigger complaints with him about that for sure. But it's not like McCarthy's good on any of those issues. McCarthy's a monster on everything, right? I don't know that Kevin McCarthy is right about a single policy issue, okay? So Matt Gaetz, on the other hand, is now joined the populist wing of the Republican Party and is right a couple of percentages of the time. So when he says they shouldn't do insider trading anymore, he's correct about that. And he's done some other anti-corruption legislation, which that Ro Khanna has signed on to, AOC has signed on to. So on policy, Matt Gaetz is better than Kevin McCarthy. That doesn't excuse anything he might or might not have done with that girl and trying to fight against the ethics investigation. And no matter how much you may hate Matt Gaetz, trust me that you're not gonna agree with a single thing Kevin McCarthy is in favor of. He's a corporatist and a Trump guy whenever it suits him, right? He's the worst of the worst.
So Jake, this is a little bit of a tangent, but I think it's important to have this conversation right now, considering the context. You talk about the differences policy-wise or ideological differences between Matt Gaetz versus Kevin McCarthy, and I see those ideological differences as well. And you provided very specific examples in which Matt Gaetz was willing to work alongside Democrats, even progressives like AOC, to pass policies that you and I certainly favor. And so what do you think is really going on with the Republican Party, right? Because some portion of the audience will get mad when we talk about how great Sean O'Brien's speech, the keynote speaker at the RNC was last night. Oh, Republicans aren't serious about doing any of the good stuff that we would want. But it does seem like there are at least a handful of some Republican congressmen who are interested in bipartisan legislation, not on right-wing issues that Republicans typically favor, but on issues that we typically favor.
Yeah, no, look, there's no question that the populist wing is more crazy on social issues. But there is also no question that they are way better on corporate issues. And And so I don't know that any of them are good on economic issues. But when I say corporate issues, I mean the donors and their corruption and the power that they have. And so that is why corporate media still loves Kevin McCarthy. They think Matt Gaetz was a villain for taking down Kevin McCarthy, and they always like, oh my God, can you believe the Republicans are having trouble because they don't agree? Well, that's not such a bad thing. If the majority of the Republican Party says, yeah, we'd like to be corrupt and keep doing insider trading and keep taking corporate PAC money, and Gaetz and a couple of other guys like like Massey, who I actually respect. And I don't agree with him on social issues. I don't agree with him on 1,000 things. But Tom Massey is one of the very, very few guys who has principles in Congress, Republican from Kentucky, okay? And so if those guys are gonna work with us on anti-corruption and anti-war legislation, which Gaetz did that with Ro Khanna as well, right? Even when Trump was in charge, and he said the president has to ask for authorization before going to war. Well, I'm gonna take yes for an answer on those bills. And I want you guys to know some of the reason that these guys get smeared is logical. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Gaetz say crazy things, right? But some of the reasons they get smeared is because they're against corporate control. And so some of it is fake, some of it is real, and it gets really complicated. But there is a portion of the populist right wing, certainly among the voters, and among a couple of politicians on a couple of issues where they actually are going in the right direction. And that's when mainstream media hates them the most.
All right, well, we got to take a break. So why don't we do that? And then when we come back, I don't think we have another interview. So we'll get to that really important story about what Congress is planning to do to essentially push Biden out. We'll be right back.
Indisputable, exclusive, disputable, exclusive. We brought you this first. No other news agency has this video. No other news agency has this story.
Every week on Indisputable, we do original, exclusive, investigative reporting you'll find nowhere else.
Our reports have been viewed by millions. Hosted by Sean King, Ben Crump, Senator John Ossoff.
You, through your investigative reporting, unearthed very troubling allegations about specific forms of abuse and discrimination in the federal prison system.
We catching these cases on camera. Just imagine the things that we don't see.
Our groundbreaking investigations and exclusive interviews bring you the real voices no one else wants you to hear. We tell the stories.
Imagine a prison that is so racist, the corrections officers contact me. That is a life or death situation being created. A black woman who was driving for Uber was allegedly assaulted by a white male passenger. After we got involved, roughly 24 hours later, the police all of a sudden opened up an investigation. What was going through your mind when bullets were simply flying inside of your vehicle?
Honestly, I thought I was going to die.
Did these officers ever say that you fit the description of somebody they were looking for? Did they say that?
Never.
Okay, that means they lied.
And we want you to be part of our truth-telling movement. Send pictures and video of stories no one else is telling and a 1 or 2 paragraph summary of the story to Indisputable's exclusive tip line at indvideos@tyt.com.
If you have more information about what's happening at this particular facility, please let me know.
Together, we're challenging the system, and together, we're making a difference.
I have the entire background to this story, and it is going to make your blood boil.
Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, unveiling the truth, empowering the people. Weekdays at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, 11:30 a.m. Pacific.
I got pulled in. They told me, hey, listen, Cenk, we're insiders. We are the establishment. People in Washington tell me that they're concerned about your tone. We think that there's a better role for you, and it's not in 6 o'clock. The problem with the mainstream media is they're desperate to get access. They don't challenge the government. They don't challenge power. We're supposed to challenge the government. That's the role of the media.
Components that corrupt our politicians, I think, also corrupt mainstream media. It's really difficult for cable outlets to talk about things like income inequality, wealth inequality, when the advertisers that are funding their shows are the same corporations that want to ensure that the same system continues. People watch digital media or new media, they get a completely different message. They focus on the issues that matter or resonate more with the constituency. We need to know one thing. Is the corporate media incompetent?
Corporate media! I can't hear you. Establishment press, where are you? I can't hear you. But the media's position I am clear on. Everything is pro-war. So everything is just framed that way. In this case, I mean, war is inevitable, right? I mean, the defense contractors should get a couple more $1 trillion.
You ready for the stunning results? Only 6% of people say they have a great deal of confidence in the press. Wakey, okay? Progressives don't like the media either. You know why? It's the corporate media. Corporate media sounds like a conspiracy. Wait. Who owns you? Multi-billion-dollar corporations, public corporations. Yeah, we're corporate media because corporations own us. Yeah, that's how it works.
I really love what y'all do on the Young Turks, man, and it's a very refreshing, voice. Y'all don't lean to one side. I tell people all the time, if you want to go really hear what's going on honestly in our society, you should tune in to the Young Turks.
Thank you, Charlemagne. We appreciate that.
That's awesome. Really appreciate it, brother. Back at the Republican convention here in Milwaukee, Cenk Uygur, Annika Sparrow. Normally would be live from the Poly Market Studios in LA, but we're doing it Monday through Thursday. Here, obviously, we talked to Mike Lindell. Later, we're going to talk to Rudy Giuliani. And here's some more folks that are with us today. Save Us 64, Amped Up 811, Mini Diamond Dragon, Mallory Macklin. They all joined through tyt.com/team. And look, I feel like when you guys joined today, and throughout the week, you're kind of at the RNC with us. And we appreciate you guys, and we appreciate English Teacher 1984 who contributed through tyt.com/team. And then finally on YouTube, Diana Ibarra and Dean A. Dio just hit the join button below. We love you guys, you're American heroes. Thank you for doing the show with us. Anna.
Let's get to our next story.
In theory, it's a winnable race for Biden. But the question is, can he do the things he needs to do to win? And when you look at even recent historical context, nobody with this low of a job approval rating as an incumbent president has ever won. If they're gonna make a move against Biden, though, they gotta do it this weekend. They can't keep dragging this out. They can't keep waiting for another moment, another excuse.
There's a first time for everything, and today, for the first time, I'm gonna go ahead and say Chuck Todd is correct. Things are not looking good for Joe Biden at all. And Democrats do need to act if they want a shot at beating Donald Trump. And it appears that they do have a plan in place. Now, Biden, of course, refuses to drop out, and the Democratic National Committee plans on going forward with an early virtual roll call vote to essentially nominate Biden before the Democratic convention. Now, initially, the virtual roll call vote was supposed to be done specifically to hit a deadline to ensure that Biden would be on the Ohio ballot. But Ohio has agreed to push back their deadline until after the Democratic National Convention. And so you don't need to do the roll call vote anymore. But the thinking is they want to do the roll call vote to essentially solidify Biden as the Democratic nominee ahead of the convention to avoid any contested convention type situation.
Yeah, people at the DNC are still talking about Ohio as if they didn't pass the bill, but they did. So when you see them saying that, understand they know they're lying.
Yeah.
It's not just that they're lying, but it could be an accident. No, they're doing it on purpose.
So Ohio's new deadline, initially it was before the convention. They've now pushed it until after the convention. So the new deadline is September 1st. Now, Axios writes that the DNC moved toward the virtual vote before the debate in response to the Ohio situation, but now they're not changing gears. And there are congressional Democrats who are not happy about this. And apparently they're circulating a letter to see how many Democratic lawmakers will be willing to sign it, which pushes the DNC to not have that virtual roll call, right? And so one House Democrat told Axios the following: people are back to being angry at Biden, and a push to sign on to this letter is going around to replace the Biden.
No, the replace Biden movement is back.
They're back. Okay, so they're back. They haven't given up, which is good to hear because I was under the impression that they had given up, especially after the horrific assassination attempt on Donald Trump. I thought they were just going to drop everything and move forward with Biden, but it seems like those efforts to push him out and maybe have a more competitive Democrat run against Trump, those efforts are still very much alive. Here are some of the excerpts, by the way, from the letter itself, which Axios managed to obtain a copy of. It says, quote, "We respectfully but emphatically request that you cancel any plans for an accelerated virtual roll call and further refrain from any extraordinary procedures that could be perceived as curtailing legitimate debate."
Yeah. So look, we're going to get to even most establishment candidate of all time, Adam Schiff, turning on Biden in a second. But understand that if you're doing a virtual roll call a month before the convention, because you're panicked that the candidate is going to have the delegates, his delegates, the ones that voted for him, the ones that he handpicked, do a rebellion against him because he's so weak, then you have the wrong candidate. If you're lying about the need for a virtual roll call when everyone knows you're lying, just so that you could hurry up and get Joe Biden to be the candidate, you got the wrong candidate. I mean, nobody's was asking for a virtual roll call for Trump earlier. They love Trump. They're very happy with their candidate, right? So nobody was asking for that for Barack Obama. They're asking for that for Joe Biden because of how incredibly weak he is. Then he shouldn't be the candidate. That's an accidental admission on their part about how weak Biden is.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about Adam Schiff. He had done a cable news interview about a week or two ago, and he, of course, expressed some alarm about Biden's debate performance and what it could mean for down ballot races. And so he apparently was at a fundraiser, and he said something a little more candid than that. If Biden remained, not only would he lose to former President Donald J. Trump, he could be enough of a drag on other Democratic candidates that the party would most likely lose the Senate and miss an opportunity to win control of the House, Schiff said at a fundraiser in New York. And then there's a direct quote from Schiff where he says, "I think if he is our nominee, I think we lose," Schiff said during the meeting, according to a person with access to a transcription of a recording of the event. "And we may very, very well lose the Senate and lose our chance to take back the House." So you can understand why there would be congressional Democrats willing to sign on to that letter. And so Representative Jared Huffman from California has been circulating this letter to his colleagues to see who will be willing to sign it. There are a few who have already committed to signing it, including Representatives Susan Wild from Pennsylvania. That's a swing district, by the way, that she's running in. And Mike Quigley, who's been on the record almost from the very beginning of all of this, urging Biden to step down and allow someone more competitive to run against Donald Trump. Senior aides to two other House Democrats also told Axios that their bosses plan to sign on. But what's interesting is what the DNC chair has to say. Jamie Harrison is the DNC chair, and he says, quote, "The suggestion that the timeline for the virtual roll call has been accelerated is false. The timeline for the virtual roll call process remains on schedule and unchanged from when the DNC made that decision in May." Yeah, but the DNC made that decision in May when they were under the assumption that Ohio's deadline would make it difficult or impossible for Biden to show up on the ballot. Now that they have changed the deadline until after the Democratic convention, there's really no excuse for holding that virtual roll call. We all know that.
Yeah, so I think Adam Schiff coming out against Biden, at least in a private meeting, is huge for a number of reasons. So he is among the most establishment politicians the Democratic Party has. So that means the establishment, along with Nancy Pelosi. I mean, it doesn't get any more establishment than that, other than Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, right? But now Hillary Clinton also seems to be indicating that she's worried about Joe Biden. James Carville is out there, and all of a sudden there's polls popping up saying Hillary Clinton would do better than Joe Biden. Oh, don't tell me the Clintons aren't involved in those polls. Anyway, my point is, he lost the establishment. That's his power base. He's got nowhere left to go, okay? So, and even Adam Schiff is soft pedaling it to those people that he's talking to. Because he says, well, look, under these circumstances, I'm really worried about losing the election. That means it's gone, okay? And remember, these politicians have politicians speak, and I'm bilingual, so I can translate it for you. I'm worried that we might lose the election is a thing they never say unless they think they're already toast, okay? Then he says, now I'm concerned about the House and the Senate. He's not concerned, he knows there's no chance of keeping the House or the Senate if Biden doesn't drop out, and that's what every pollster's saying. And now Greenberg, one of the top pollsters for the Democrats, is trying to get Biden's attention and tell him about how devastating the polling is. He's like, you have no idea how badly we're going to lose Congress, which leads me to another point. Adam Schiff spent all this money to make sure that he had Steve Garvey, the Republican, as his opponent in his California Senate race. But Democrats are having some issues in California because of crime, homelessness, etc. That's why part of the reason why Garvey surged, part of it was the Schiff ads, and part of it was because Republicans are surging in California. I wonder if Adam Schiff is now starting to worry about losing his race in California.
That's a really good point, Jake, that I hadn't considered. And remember, the Schiff campaign essentially propped up Garvey.
Yeah.
Because they're like, yeah, we can just, this is California. All we'll do is we'll say he's a Republican, and the voters of California will just outright reject him. And now that might not be the case. So that's a really good point.
Yeah, he might be starting to get a little nervous.
Yeah.
And so even if he's not losing, if he sees Garvey making big headway because all the Democrats are hurt because they're attached to Biden, then Adam Schiff, number one, starts to begin to worry about that. But secondly, he's got to get himself detached from Biden. Otherwise, they're going to put that albatross around all their necks, and they haven't even yet started running the ads. And in California, they'll run ads about how long did Adam Schiff know? How much did Adam Schiff lie to you about Joe Biden's mental state? Okay, yeah. And when those ads start, then the numbers really tank. So Adam Schiff, for all of his faults and all the things that I disagree with him on, is a savvy politician. So he's aware of all of those things. And the final thing about him, and why I'm making such a big deal out of this, is because like Pelosi, he's an avatar for the donors. So he talks to the donor class more than almost any Democrat does. So it's got to be his donors telling him, you got to help us. Your job is to follow our orders. And our new orders are, get rid of Biden. He's not a good investment. We need someone else who can pay off for us.
So one other thing I wanted to mention is this incredible piece in Politico. They put it out today, and it has to do with what Nancy Pelosi is doing behind the scenes. Apparently, she is meeting with vulnerable Democrats in congressional races, and she's asking for polling in those districts to show essentially how much of a vulnerability Biden is, not just for the presidential election, but for these, tough races, congressional races for Democrats. So a lawmaker who spoke to Politico on condition of anonymity and represents a swing seat basically said that Pelosi asked detailed questions about congressional district level polling and was very receptive to concerns that Biden couldn't win in November. The member ended the phone call with the distinct impression that Pelosi believed Biden should, in fact, exit the presidential race. I think we already knew this. I mean, we knew that Pelosi felt that way. What's interesting is that she's meeting with these congressional Democrats in these difficult races, and she's asking for that data, probably to go to Biden and maybe make her case and try to persuade him behind the scenes to drop out.
And also, whichever donors are left on Biden's team, she's going to make the case to them that they should drop him. And once he runs out of money, then he's toast. So I cannot describe to you how unprecedented it is for pillars of the establishment to turn on each other in the Democratic Party. It never happens. So this is the first time I've ever seen it happen in my life. That's why it's extraordinary.
It never happens in regard to policy disagreements, because remember, when it comes to legislation and policy, that has to do with something that impacts us. Right now, the division, including the very open and public, sniping, in my opinion, has to do with power, right? It has to do with themselves and how they want to hold on to power.
Yeah.
And so this power struggle that's going on is just fascinating to see, but also kind of gross because it gives you a sense of what the real priorities are here.
Of course, and then finally, look, the reason why they would do something so extraordinary is because they already know they're going to lose power.
Exactly.
So they would never do this unless they were positive Biden's going to lose and drag down Congress with him. Because it's one thing for me to say it. It's a whole different thing for Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff to say it. That means they think that Biden has a near 0% chance of winning. Just like I told you 9 months ago, and just like Biden's top advisors are now leaking to the press, near zero.
When we come back from the break, we're going to switch gears entirely. Apparently, there has been another assassination plot against Donald Trump. At least that is what's being reported. It is completely separate from the 20-year-old who shot at him during that rally. So when we come back, we'll give you all the details and more. Don't miss it.
All right, first of all, Living Ray, thank you for becoming a member through tyt.com/team. You're awesome. Let's go to Teddy Cool, who's a member on tyt.com. There she is, the GOAT, looking as beautiful as ever. I assume that's in reference to Anna and not Mike Lindell.
Wait, what is it? Sorry, I was reading something.
I like how you perked up. He said, there she is, the GOAT, looking as beautiful as ever.
Thank you.
What have you done? All right. Votostar says, did I hear that right? Biden only got 14 million votes in the primary. That's a really weak showing in a Soviet-style faux election. Yeah, because it was a faux election, right? Sometimes it was canceled in different states. There was no debates. The press wouldn't cover any of the other candidates. It was a joke, and he still only got 14 million votes. But by the way, to be fair to him, it was basically a fake election. So I don't even know why anybody bothered to show up to vote for Biden. So you take that for what it's worth. Jeff 5 wrote in, who do you listen to? Biden. I listen to myself. Egypt 5. They have pills for that. Georgie girl says that Lindell interview showed remarkable stamina by Cenk and Anna. Phew. Then let me go to Twitch. Anarch wrote in, I like the diverse opinions, appreciate it. Third Shift Zombie said, so I looked for the Sean O'Brien speech online, and all I was able to find was News Nation, and all they showed was the first part where he talked good about Trump. The minute he started talking about workers, they cut off the video. I couldn't find it anywhere else. So good news, it's on youtube.com/theyoungturks. Okay, so go check that out. We do play-by-play, and you see us getting surprised by the speech while it's happening, right? And then we do an analysis afterwards. So you can watch the whole thing on the Young Turks YouTube channel. And I'm not surprised that no one else, by the way, that is interesting. No one else is talking about the Sean O'Brien speech. We thought it was fantastic and amazing.
Right.
It's been buried.
I love how News Nation was supposed to be like the nonpartisan, objective response to cable news. I have not seen that.
Yeah, well, not as much so far. Octo Squiddy says, Mike Pillow is my favorite character in the MAGA cinematic universe. I love a good cyber symposium. Every part of that is funny, Octo Squiddies. And Octo Squiddies also gives a tons of memberships on Twitch, and we appreciate you. Supercharged 69 says, Anna and Cenk, you two just showed incredible grace, composure, and empathy, and in very close proximity to a guy who's been slightly bombastic. As someone who's struggling with brain issues, I just want to say that might have been my most favorite moment of the two of you ever. Anna, you are a force of nature.
Thank you, that's super sweet.
Yeah, a lot of good comments there for you. Foxes says, I don't know how anyone will feel about this message, but I love that conversation with Mike Pillow. By the way, his name is not technically Mike Pillow, it's Mike Lindell. I like how you guys are all writing in Mike Pillow. I usually only hear about Mike Lindell, see, he knows, they know, on David Packer. back on TYT here, Cenk and Anna with you guys. I was reading a comment during the social break from Cy Foxcus on Twitch, and I just wanted to finish it. He said, I actually just gained a decent amount of respect for the guy, referring to Mike Lindell or Mike Pillow. And he says, as some of you have called him, he relieves some crazy stuff, but I believe that he believes it.
Oh, he definitely
believes it.
Yeah.
And that's the interesting part.
He's not
You're totally right.
Like, he genuinely believes it.
Don't believe everything or anything he says,
right?
Except for the fact that he actually does believe it. Yeah. That's the part that came screaming through. All right, Rachel Zeus Johnson, thank you for becoming a member. Rachel just hit the join button. Jesse gifted 5 memberships, and his lady Fukin T did as well. You guys are the best, Anna.
Well, we're living in scary times, and I don't know what to make of this report, but it's worth knowing about. So let's talk about it. The Secret Service has allegedly increased security around Donald Trump in recent weeks because a human source has tipped authorities off about Iran allegedly plotting to assassinate him. Now, this alleged assassination plot is completely separate from what happened with the 20-year-old who attempted to assassinate him and luckily did not. That was the 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks. Totally separate situation, according to the reports. And while this story is developing, here's what we know so far. It alleges that Iran has basically vowed to retaliate against Donald Trump for assassinating Qasem Soleimani, who was the top general of Iran. The assassination took place in January of 2020. And so Secret Service officials have warned the Trump campaign repeatedly against holding outdoor rallies, which pose greater risks. It's harder to secure the area and ensure that there are no risks to Donald Trump. Former senior Trump administration officials who worked on national security have had tight security since leaving the government. So people like John Bolton, for instance, there have been attempts to assassinate Bolton, Mike Pompeo, and so it's not far-fetched to believe that Iran would have some sort of plot to assassinate Donald Trump, considering they do want to retaliate. The idea that they wouldn't want to retaliate is laughable to me. But we don't have any more information about what the plot is, who the source is, and it comes at a time when there are increased calls by neocons to go to war with Iran. So I am worried about that.
Yeah, I'll just say it. I flat out don't believe it. So we need more information. And so, by the way, none of you should believe it until you have more information. Because we're supposed to take the word of the government that they have an anonymous source who says that, oh my God, now that you're all paying attention to assassination attempts, Iran, the boogeyman, is going to also try an assassination attempt. Well, they didn't. Rando Bob did.
Right.
So I don't know why this is coming. Look, it's so easy for someone to go to the Secret Service and say, hey, I'm concerned that there's an assassination attempt on Trump, Biden, et cetera. Then they have to take it seriously. Because if they don't, they'll be in a lot of trouble if it's true. So now, could that, they say it's credible enough. Look, we have 1,000 sources from Israel. I'm not saying they didn't. There's no information on that either. But if Israel were to say that such a plot exists, we would believe them immediately and call it credible. And Israel desperately, desperately wants to smear Iran and get us into a war with Iran.
Right.
So I've heard way too many lies from the US government and our allies to say, oh, someone claims there's an assassination attempt, maybe that, and by the way, that hasn't happened, against Trump at a time that we would all pay attention to it. And remember, the boogeyman is Iran.
There's also a jarring inconsistency here because, the reporting, CNN's reporting indicates that in recent weeks, you have the Secret Service increasing security around Donald Trump. Well,
did they?
Yeah, there was an assassination attempt last weekend.
So where's the increased security? None of it makes any sense.
None of it, yeah.
Look, until they present one shred of evidence, I think this story is utter horse crap. So why do it? Because I want you guys to understand that when you see something that pops up in mainstream media and it's a giant headline, that doesn't mean it's true, right? So a lot of folks, especially, anyway, I don't want to get into especiallys, think, oh, headline, okay, oh wow, CNN has a headline, right? It's not necessarily true at all.
Yeah.
This is way too convenient, and they haven't presented one piece of evidence.
The one thing I will say is, there have been examples of Iran wanting to retaliate. So
no, it's not inconceivable. You're totally right about that.
I want you guys to have all the information, right? So let's go to this graphic, because in August of 2022, so this is 2.5 years after Qasem Soleimani had been assassinated, the Justice Department announced criminal charges against a member of the IRGC for allegedly trying to orchestrate the assassination of John Bolton, who served as Trump's national security advisor. US prosecutors said the plot against Bolton was likely in retaliation for Soleimani's assassination. So again, no doubt that they would want to retaliate. It's just that this very specific story, super, super light on details, and the reporting has that massive glaring inconsistency about how in recent weeks, Secret Service has increased their security around Donald Trump, which, by the way, he's a presidential candidate and they absolutely should increase security. And there was a huge issue, obviously, a huge security lapse when it came to his rally just last weekend. So I'm not saying this to say that they shouldn't increase security. I'm saying this to say it doesn't seem like they did increase security, and it seems like this story is weird and doesn't have enough details for me to believe.
Okay, yeah, so you see the juxtaposition there. Do I believe the John Bolton story? Yes, because the Justice Department foiled it and had evidence, right? And by the way, that was not conveniently timed. It was at a random time, right? Now, all of a sudden, everybody's talking about assassinations and Trump assassination, and all of a sudden, with no evidence at all, oh, it was Iran's planning one too. And this sounds exactly like the kind of horse crap that they said about Saddam Hussein, et cetera. Also a bad guy, but didn't attack us on 9/11, right? So don't believe what you see in the headlines.
All right, let's take our final break of the day. And then when we come back, I want to get into the guilty conviction of a United States senator. He's gonna probably spend some time behind bars.
Maybe a long time.
Yep.
All right, let's go to YouTube Super Chat. Dallas David Ochoa writes, and isn't it sad that common sense is considered progressive? Thank you for common sense coverage in the circus, and welcome back, Anna. Give him heck.
Thank you.
I like how everybody's respecting Mike Lindell's request not to take the Lord's name in vain today. All right, Hal Blair, you wrote in, hey TYT family, tomorrow's National Hot Dog Day. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And he says, hot dog is my favorite meat. Let's be frank. Get it? Tomorrow we celebrate our love for our favorite meat. Okay, thank you for reminding us. I'll try to make sure that we celebrate it tomorrow. And by the way, I do have my hot dog hat with me. Tyler Hall writes in, I'm pretty surprised with this conversation and yesterday with Mr. Pillow. There's so much we can agree on, but we all let politics get in the way.
That's very true.
Yeah, and I actually think mainstream media gets in the way and right-wing media gets in the way. And so they do a lot of smears. Now, like Mike Lindell's got an issue with truth, if or the facts and evidence, if you ask me. But his motives are not necessarily as evil, and crazy, et cetera, as people have painted it out to be. So anyways, just check out the interview for yourself. If you missed it earlier, it'll be on our YouTube channel, and make up your own mind. Steve Cancel says, I have to say, great interview. Was not expecting Lindell to denounce the let's go Brandon comments and the Hunter Biden stuff. He may be off his rocker, but he seems like a good man deep down. That was the impression we were left with. It doesn't mean he's telling the truth, but it matters if you're intending to deceive or not. History Speaks writes in, if Trump wins this year and VP Vance runs and loses in 2028, he will pursue extrajudicial means to try to overturn the election results. His supporters will think it's justified because of conspiracy theories on Twitter that he really won. Well, that's of course exactly what we're worried about, and JD Vance has basically said that he would not have done what Mike Pence did in certifying the election, and he's saying that he would have considered alternate electors. That means, yeah, I would have cheated and I would have tried to make sure that we use the fake electors instead. So JD Vance is terrible on that issue. Remember, History Speaks is one of our conservative viewers, and he wrote that in. And he's been very honest about all of this. In fact, he wrote in another time, Trump fought to overturn an election by extrajudicial means, assembling fake electors, telling the Georgia Secretary of State, find me the votes, coercing Pence, etc. There's a shame on the American public that so many people are voting for him after this. You wanna know something interesting real quick? I'm doing interviews with a lot of Republican outlets here and right-wing media outlets. And when I get to the fake electors, nobody ever pushes back. So maybe they're trying to be respectful or running out of time or whatever, but nobody's got an answer for the fake electors. And that's the real problem. And so bottom line is, when I say that's why I'll never vote for Trump, they get it. If he hadn't done that, he'd be up by 20 points. Boris Garcia says, I'm on the horse. Bro, we saw the horses down the street, referring to the Biden interview. Trisha Briggs says, man, Cenk, I've never been so invested in one of your predictions. We need Biden to step aside. Well, I hope so too. We'll be back.
Hot dog is my favorite meat.
All right, back on TYT, Cenk, Anna, Juan, and Scott Jacobson. Juan and Scott, thanks for joining by hitting the join button below. We appreciate you guys, and you make all this possible. Thank you for sending us to the RNC. We do this show with our members. Please, if you can, either join or donate also through tyt.com/team. Whenever we mention a link like that, it's always in the description box, whether you're watching live or later, and send us to the DNC as well. All right, Anna.
Bob Menendez in a lot of trouble.
Obviously, I'm deeply disappointed by the jury's decision. I have every faith that the law and the facts did not sustain that decision and that we will be successful upon appeal. I have never violated my public oath. I have never been anything but a patriot of my country and for my country. I have never, ever been a foreign agent, and the decision rendered by the jury today would put at risk every member of the United States Senate in terms of what they think a foreign agent would be.
Well, that's not what a jury of his peers believe, because Democratic Senator Bob Menendez has been found guilty on all counts in his federal corruption trial, leading to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer calling for him to immediately resign. Now, prosecutors have successfully argued that the senator tried to use his power to advance Egyptian military interests, interfere in criminal prosecutions, and secure investment from Qatari officials, among other things. Menendez and his wife, Nadine, allegedly received gold bars, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, a Mercedes-Benz convertible, and other bribes in exchange for his influence. The FBI seized a total of $486,461, 11 one-ounce gold bars, and 2 1-kilogram gold bars from the Menendez home on June 16th of 2022. That was part of the raid that they conducted to essentially gather evidence for this prosecution. Now, here's how Menendez explained the cash and gold bars after the raid occurred.
30 years, I have withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I have kept for emergencies and because of the history of my family facing confiscation in Cuba. Now, this may seem old-fashioned, but these were monies drawn from my personal savings account based on the income that I have lawfully derived over those 30 years.
Now, due to his years-long bribery scheme, corruption scheme, he was in fact convicted of 16 counts, including bribery, extortion, wire fraud, obstruction of justice, acting as a foreign agent, among other charges. His sentencing is set for October 29th. And this is not a joke, guys. He is facing a lot of time behind bars. So he faces a maximum of 222 years in prison for those 16 charges. But they could be served consecutively. But look, he's gonna spend time behind bars. Like, this is the one case where I see a person in a position of power who's actually going to suffer real consequences, and he should. I mean, he was acquitted of a completely separate corruption charge back in 2015. And I guess he got real cocky because he decided to keep engaging in bribery schemes, and he finally got caught.
Yeah. All right, my favorite part of the story is, you notice in that tape, he said, because of my family's experiences in Cuba, we know that, sometimes you have to keep cash around because in case you need to run, there's somebody like Castro comes for you. He was born in New York, has never lived in Cuba, and his family left well before Castro took over. They never experienced anything with Castro. He's unbelievable. What a hilarious liar this guy is. And he's like, no, I withdrew from my personal savings account and turned it into gold bullion and stored it in my closet. Come on, man. You got a lot of you doing that too. Like, oh my God, I got an extra $35 left over in my personal account. Maybe I'll turn it into gold and keep it under my pillow.
I know it's old-fashioned, Jake, but some of us.
Old-fashioned, okay. Now, then the other hilarious part was, he's like, if this happens to me, all the politicians do that. Trump does it. So if this happens to me, they could be coming for you next. Really? We're all gonna be called foreign agents? You in the middle of Wisconsin you're gonna be called a foreign agent? Less likely, okay? But then when he's talking about the senators, he's like, well, this could apply to any senator. I'm like, well, that one's closer to true.
That is closer to true and good.
Yeah. So look, you made your bed and then stuffed it with money from Qatar and Egypt. So you got to lie in it now. And I say that not because he's a crook and he's corrupt and the other senators are clean. No, the other senators do it the legal way. They go, hey, Israel, if you want to affect my policy, you get AIPAC to spend $14.5 million against my opponent, or $4 million against my opponent, or you get them to spend $1 or $2 million on my behalf. That way I get to keep my power, I make money in other ways. But the bottom line is you have helped me, and then I am in your debt and in your service. That's how we serve foreign governments. You don't just go to Israel and say, give me gold, right? So, and by the way, if you're saying, oh, Israel's the only one that is controlling all of our politicians. No, there's Egypt controlling our politicians, right? And he was also working with Qatar apparently. So just understand the full range of what actually happens.
Exactly, and I just want to give you a few more details about what transpired during the trial, because there was some pretty damning testimony that helped to convict Menendez of this bribery scheme. So just to familiarize the audience with some of the main players involved, there was a guy involved by the name of Jose Uribe, who's a New Jersey businessman who essentially bribed Menendez in exchange for legal favors. He ended up striking a plea deal and cooperating with the prosecutors, and he testified in the trial. He basically testified that he specifically bribed Menendez in exchange for his influence to attempt to sway top prosecutors in New Jersey from pursuing criminal charges against his associates. Uribe testified about how he paid for Nadine, that's Bob Menendez's wife, Nadine Menendez's Mercedes. Here's some of his testimony. He said, quote, I agreed with Nadine Menendez and other people to provide a car for Nadine in order to get the power and influence of Mr. Menendez, Uribe testified, in order to help me get a better resolution for one of my associates who was being charged in a criminal matter, and to stop and kill investigations that could lead to my daughter and family members. And he also testified that during a 2020 dinner, the senator told him in Spanish, I saved your ass twice, not once, but twice.
Well, no good deed goes unpunished, or no corrupt deed. Well, actually, a lot of corrupt deeds go unpunished, but this one didn't. So it's a great day for America. I just have one question left for MAGA. So why did the deep state target a Democratic senator?
Yeah, good question.
Especially during the Biden administration. Is it possible that it's not a deep state, that it's actually a Justice Department that tries to find crooks, whether they're Democrats or Republicans?
No, this is lawfare, Jake.
Lawfare, apparently. But you know what? That's what Menendez says, just like all crooks, right? So can you find me an odd case where it actually is lawfare? Yes, you can, right? But is it in these spectacular cases of Donald Trump taking home top secret documents, doing fake electors, Bob Menendez with the gold and the money, cash literally stuffed into the pockets of his suits, right? No, that's not lawfare. That's just law.
All right, well, let's get to the next story, and it's a juicy one.
We are 5 minutes past the top of the hour.
No, and let me just say, next time we're told there's going to be a news feed replacing us, we will be in our chairs.
We'll be sitting here.
Yeah, and the news feed will be us, or they can get somebody else to host the show.
A very salty Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski, essentially reacting to the fact that NBC News executives pulled them off the air on Monday following the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, because it appears that they were worried that the two hosts of Morning Joe might say something that could get the network in trouble. They might say something insensitive. Obviously, they have deep, deep disdain for Donald Trump. And so the executives just didn't trust to carry them on air, which is a damning indictment, no?
Yeah, of course, no question. And then they had this a BS excuse of, oh no, we're just rolling with our live coverage, right? But they said the live coverage would go all day. It didn't. It stopped right after Morning Joe.
So Joe Scarborough actually addresses that, talks about what they heard, what they were being told behind the scenes, and what actually ended up happening. Let's watch.
We were told in no uncertain terms on Sunday evening that there was going to be one news feed across all NBC News channels yesterday. The Today Show would be Lester Holt, other people that you worked with on Sunday, and that was going to be one news feed across all NBC News channels, that we were going to stay as a network in breaking news mode throughout all day yesterday. That did not happen. We don't know why that didn't happen. Our team was not given a good answer as to why that didn't happen, but it didn't happen. We were also told it was going to happen throughout the day. And I guess after there was such a strong blowback about yesterday morning, I guess they changed their plans. And so those plans changed as well.
So, the very first clip we showed you, I mean, it was Joe Scarborough essentially issuing a threat. You do that again, we're not going to come back. We're going to resign. And look, to be fair, I would be furious if that happened to me. I would. Like, if you pulled me off the air and you gave me some BS excuse for doing it, and then I find out that you actually pulled me off the air because you can't trust me to conduct myself appropriately, I'd be upset.
Yeah. Why do you think we had John on in the first day? Now, so look, first of all, that was one bitter cup of Joe.
Yep.
Okay, but I get it. I'm with Anna. Like, when your own network says we don't trust you to not be unhinged, ouch, that hurts.
But also, if you don't trust them and you think they're unhinged, like, who are you hiring to host shows?
Okay, so now the second reason why you don't often hear me saying Joe Scarborough's right? Second reason that it was intended as a, not as a slight against them, but concern about them, that they're not going to say the right things on air and that's going to get MSNBC in trouble, is because executives leaked to CNN that they were concerned that it was Morning Joe and his team that they were worried about. So they were not unclear about it. And I worked at MSNBC, and I know management leaks when it's convenient.
So gross.
And so they will leak against their own hosts. And so that's what they did in leaking to CNN. So that's why Scarborough is doubly mad. And I get it. I if I was him, I would be too. So then he's going to get in a back on a roll of how Joe Biden is great. And then he's going to take it out a little bit on Lester Holt too, because then he criticizes Lester Holt for the interview that he did with Biden, that he thought he was too tough on Biden. I didn't think that at all. But that's part of Scarborough and that team being, if you don't want to say unhinged, certainly biased, massively biased in favor of Joe Biden. I don't think that would have affected how they covered the Trump assassination. So I actually disagree with MSNBC's decision, because even I, who disagrees with them so much, don't think that they're unhinged and would have been like, it's a good thing that happened. No, they wouldn't have done that. It's panic from MSNBC executives for no reason.
100%, I totally agree with that. I don't think that, look, I think Mika and Joe their bias shows on the whole Biden debate in particular, and it's because of their personal relationship with Joe Biden, which, if you're going to be a trusted source of news for people, your personal relationship shouldn't get in the way of getting people accurate information. And Joe Biden is incredibly vulnerable in this race, as we've talked about over and over again. So if they actually cared about the future of the Democratic Party and the likelihood of winning the general election, they, again, should not allow their personal relationship with Joe Biden to get in the way, and they've allowed that to happen. But do I think that they're the kind of people who would literally go on air and make light of an assassination attempt? I do not think that.
Yeah, I mean, they're, one, to be fair to them, they're professionals. They've been doing this a long time, right?
Yeah.
And number two, the establishment has 1,000 problems, but being uncivil isn't one of them. So it's needless panic. And that's what a lot of corporate executives do, because they're mainly worried about protecting their own ass. And so that's why they made a mess of it, in my opinion.
Now, look, they are not engaging in conspiratorial thinking when it comes to the Trump assassination attempt, but the conspiracies are kind of driving me crazy, okay? And there are conspiracy theorists on both sides of the political aisle. Both sides seem to think that it was staged, but staged for different reasons, okay? So there are Democratic voters who genuinely think that the assassination attempt was staged by the Trump campaign in order to make him out to be like some heroic figure, a sympathetic figure, and help him in the general election. But like, there's so many things wrong with that, because I mean, look, Trump's already ahead, and like, you're really gonna. So did the shooter like volunteer to get himself killed by Secret Service? What about the rally goer? The firefighter who was killed. Like, none of it makes sense at all. And then the other thing I'll say is, on the right, they seem to think that it was staged by, like, that Biden had the Secret Service essentially allow for it to happen, right? Because he wants to take Trump out.
Yeah, they're both nuts. Look, I got into a shouting match with somebody here at the RNC over the right-wing conspiracy theory, and I'm like, you guys don't have any evidence of it. And it was because I was on the Piers Morgan show, but I was doing it from here. And so she overheard me as I was basically yelling at Piers Morgan and this Republican congressman, Corey Mills, who were saying like, look, we don't know if it's negligence or something else. And it's really weird that, the Secret Service wouldn't do a perimeter check. I'm like, you don't even know that they didn't do a perimeter check. Now people are saying, well, it took the cops 1 minute and 57 seconds to get to the shooter. So that means, and people saw the shooter climb up onto the roof. That means he climbed up onto the roof very, very recently. So they might have done a perimeter check earlier, and then the guy climbed it. Anyway, you guys, you see, you don't understand the establishment. The establishment never wants to take any risks with their own careers. Joe Biden is not going to authorize murdering his political opponent. That would be a massive, massive risk with his legacy. And the Secret Service wouldn't agree. None of this makes any sense. And so it's just preposterous on every ground. It's absurd, but it's not nearly as absurd as the Democratic conspiracy theories in this particular case. So you're telling me you think that Trump allowed a shooter to shoot his ear and miss his brain by an inch?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Who would allow that? And Trump generally before this was considered not a brave guy. You think he's gonna say, go ahead, take the shot. And if it turns out you missed by an inch, I'll be dead, it's okay. Are you insane? How could you possibly think that? That's crazy. Of course that didn't happen. And was it real bullets? Yeah, the New York Times, coincidentally. The New York Times is not in on helping Trump stage a fake assassination. They have the bullet whizzing by him, okay, on picture. So look, these conspiracy theories are totally nuts on both sides. So no, what happened was a guy whose office rocker tried to kill the ex-president, and thank God he missed him by an inch. And by the way, were they real bullets? Yeah, somebody's dead. A real bullet hit somebody in the rally, and that person is deceased. They hit a couple of other people, thank God they're okay.
All right, so we are gonna come back from our break, and we have a lot more coverage to do. We're gonna be doing some more RNC coverage. We're gonna carry some of the speeches, which I'm really looking forward to. When we come back, I believe John Iadarola will join me. Jake?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go do an interview with Rudy Giuliani on his channel. and that's John's going to join. And then Rudy Giuliani should be coming here right afterwards. So stay right here. We've got some coverage of the speeches. We've got more stories, including a really interesting one on JD Vance and RFK Jr. So a lot of drama there, and potentially Rudy Giuliani in a little bit. Okay, so stay right here, guys.
You would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one. You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said no, other than day one.
By locking up his enemies, by breaking all the rules, the courts, yeah, right, them and what army?
This country needs a dictator. I hate to say that, but it's the truth.
It's the truth. From the Young Turks, Americans saying they want a dictator.
I'd rather have Donald Trump as a dictator for 4 years. I'm going dictator Trump for sure.
How crazy will his supporters go?
I'm going to be a dictator for one day.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. Here at TYT, we understand this. That's why we're not gonna price gouge you or use inflation as an excuse to raise our prices. A TYT membership is not your typical subscription, but basic membership is still just $4.99. So what do you get for that price? For starters, you're getting exclusive programming, unique exclusive designs from Shop TYT, access to a members only chat, giveaways, emojis, and so many other amazing perks. But most importantly, you're helping to make an impact. As a TYT member, you not only help us do the shows every day, but you drive real positive change in the process. In 2017, we helped to start Justice Democrats right here on TYT. That's a group that got a dozen progressives elected into Congress. That's amazing, you did that. Your support also funds TYT's very own investigative reporting. Just recently, our reporters exposed the Fellowship Foundation and pressured lawmakers into boycotting that bigoted event. Isn't that amazing? We raised over $30,000 for Jackson, Mississippi and delivered clean water to thousands of people in need. Our petitions, polls, and community of activists help keep the corruption of Washington in check. That's the impact of what just $4.99 a month from our members can do. And we're just getting started. Positive change doesn't occur overnight, but with your contribution, we can make it happen together.
I got pulled in. They told me, hey, listen, Cenk, we're insiders. We are the establishment. People in Washington tell me that they're concerned about your tone. We think that there's a better role for you, and it's not in 6 o'clock. The problem with the mainstream media is they're desperate to get access. They don't challenge the government. They don't challenge power. We're supposed to challenge the government. That's the role of the media.
Components that corrupt our politicians, I think, also corrupt mainstream media. It's really difficult for cable outlets to talk about things like income inequality, wealth inequality, when the advertisers that are funding their shows are the same corporations that want to ensure that the same system continues. People watch digital media or new media, they get a completely different message. They focus on the issues that matter or resonate more with the constituency. We need to know one thing. Is the corporate media incompetent?
Corporate media, I can't hear you. Establishment press, where are you? I can't hear you. But the media's position I am clear on. Everything is pro-war, so everything is just framed that way. In this case, I mean, war is inevitable, right? I mean, the defense contractors should get a couple more $1 trillion. You ready for the stunning results? Only 6% of people say they have a great deal of confidence in the press. Wakey, wakey, okay? Progressives don't like the media either. You know why? It's the corporate media. Corporate media sounds like a conspiracy. Wait. Who owns you? Multi-billion-dollar corporations, public corporations. You have to do corporate media because corporations own us. Yeah, that's how it works.
Join the Dragon Squad by becoming a YouTube channel member. Click the join button below or sign up on tyt.com/join to get access to fun emojis, a member-only chat, exclusive Shop TYT designs, ad-free watching, and so many other amazing perks. Plus, you get bragging rights for being part of the coolest community on the internet and help us drive real positive change in the world. The Dragon Squad awaits, so join today.
Welcome to TYT's Republican National Convention coverage. I'm Anna Kasparian, joined by our very own John Iadarola. John, how you doing?
Your very own, and I'm doing well. I'm better now that we're at the desk, we're together.
Yes.
It feels good to be broadcasting together again and here.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
like
it is freezing in the building that we're in.
Disagree.
I immediately regret my decision to wear a sleeveless dress and not bring any sweaters with me on this trip, but here we are.
We're gonna get you layers and we're gonna get you wool.
So if you see me shivering, that's what's going on. Now, let's talk a little bit about one of the speeches that has already happened. Kari Lake spoke. Obviously, she is running for a Senate seat in the state of Arizona. I have no idea what her speech was about. We're about to experience it together. So hold on to your butts, as Britt likes to say. Let's watch.
Hello. I love you. I love you. I love you, Arizona. You guys are amazing. Wow, this is MAGA energy tonight, guys. Love it. Oh, wow. This room, America, I wish you were in this room with us. This is electric. Hello, America. Welcome, everybody who's watching at home. And welcome, everybody in this great arena tonight. We love you all. Actually, wait a minute. I don't mean that. I don't welcome everybody in this meeting, in this room. The guys up in the fake news, frankly,
She was a broadcaster.
She was a broadcaster. She's like ripping a page out of Trump's book by pointing at them.
You guys up there in the fake news have worn out your welcome, right?
What's wrong, Brittany?
You've worn it out, guys.
So lazy.
You have spent the last 8 years lying about President Donald Trump and his amazing patriotic supporters. Actually, guys, they lie about everything. They've lied about Joe Biden's health, the economy, the laptop, the border. I could go on and on and on. But the really good news is that every day more and more people are turning off the fake news. And that's right. And Americans are waking up to the truth about the disastrous Democrat policies pushed by Joe Biden and his favorite congressman, my opponent, Ruben Gallego. These guys, they are they're full of bad ideas. Just last week, Ruben Gallego voted to let the millions of people who poured into our country illegally cast a ballot in this upcoming election. Gallego and the Democrats have handed over control of my state, Arizona's border, to the drug cartels. And because of them, criminals and deadly drugs are pouring in, and our children are dying. Our children are getting their hands on these drugs and dying. I'll tell you, the hardest thing I've had to do on the campaign trail is talk to moms and dads who come up to me and tell me that their 19-year-old son has died because of fentanyl poisoning, or their 22-year-old daughter took a half a pill and she's gone. We are losing a generation of young people to this fentanyl crisis, and it's got to stop. The Grand Canyon State has become the fentanyl state, and it's not okay with this mom. I'm not okay with that. I don't think it's okay with that mom. I don't think it's okay with that mom.
Good crowd work.
It doesn't have to be this way.
Okay. Hey,
the problems we face
You're probably a mom.
huge. The problems caused by the Democrat Party. But the solutions, guys, they're really simple. First of all, stop the Biden invasion and build the wall. Easy.
The words, it's easy to just see them speaking in tongues.
I just don't think that's going to be enough to respond to a very serious problem.
And we already know the vast majority comes through at ports of entry, not over the border.
I miss the strong Trump economy. And because I'm a mama bear, I want to replace this indoctrination, this psychological abuse they're inflicting on our children with a real, solid, quality education. It's all common sense. The great news is that we can solve these problems, and to be honest, we must solve these problems for the sake of our children, because that's really what this is all about, right? The next generation, the future of our country. I learned something watching, the Nature Channel, that the most dangerous place on planet Earth is between a mama bear and her baby cubs. Right? And that's exactly where the radical left have found themselves, and it's not going to go well for them. Because guess what? They have awoken a sleeping giant. Tens of millions of moms and dads from sea to shining sea, they're going to show up on November 5th, and they're going to be hearing from us on November 5th. That's right.
Can we just acknowledge how strange it is that she's speaking with the RNC at all? She lost a Senate race that almost any other Republican would have easily won. She then lost dozens of lawsuits, and that is her entire record as a Republican.
Gubernatorial race she lost.
Gubernatorial race. She's running in the Senate this time, and trailing. She's a failed candidate and a failed challenger to election loss.
She's a Trump loyalist. She's riding his coattails with the hope that it's going to help her win the Senate race.
What's he getting out of it?
Not just for my kids and my daughters over here.
Maybe not a Senate seat in Arizona.
Over there, Ruby, wave to me, wave to mom.
I mean, allowing her to speak is like attempting to help her.
I want to fight for my kids, but I want to fight for your kids as well. They deserve a better future. They deserve a better future. But the really good news here, and the fake news the fake news wants us to believe we're 50-50 at each other's throat. They're creating division and anger. Americans are actually much more united than people believe, right? You see it.
They are, but your side is also engaged in the division and anger.
And we want to create an incredible future for
this is outrage. I feel drawn in right by this.
And together, when we join together, we will make America safe again, and we will make America great again. God bless all of you here tonight. God bless you, America, and God bless President Donald J. Trump. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to say a few things. I found that speech overall almost like a cliche at this point, kind of boring, predictable. The only part that I thought was interesting and worth commenting on is what she had to say about the very real problem that we are facing in this country with overdose deaths. That is a problem. And what infuriates me more than anything in the political climate today is how every election cycle, you have politicians purporting to give a damn about that issue, but when they are in power, they don't do anything about that issue, okay? I'm sorry, but the opioid epidemic is not new. It started with the opioid epidemic. It has now devolved further into, fentanyl, leading to the vast majority of overdose deaths in America. Like, in other words, the problem has only gotten worse. When the opioid epidemic was really front and center, that was during the 2016 presidential election. Donald Trump used it for his own purposes. Hillary Clinton used it for her own purposes. Trump got elected. He got elected.
And fixed the problem.
Okay, he got elected, and it wasn't like, oh, he got elected, but there was gridlock in Congress, and as a result, he couldn't do anything. He had the House, he had the Senate. They could have responded to it. But as soon as the election's over, everyone forgets about the overdose deaths. And it is a very real problem. Simply building a wall that's not gonna cut it. You need better solutions than that. And look, I'll start off by saying something that I'm sure Republicans will like, maybe some Democrats won't like. I think drug traffickers, when they're caught, those people should be prosecuted. The traffickers.
Sure.
Easy, okay? That's not the only solution, but like this idea that, it's a one size fits all approach, like just build the wall and it'll go away. No, that's not the only thing that you need to do. It needs to go deeper than that. It needs to go further than that. We need to fund rehabilitation. And
well, you just lost them.
Well,
because that's more complex and way more expensive.
Yes, that is more complex. That is more expensive. So I lost the Republicans on that. But here's where I'm going to lose the Democrats. We need to bring back drug courts. So if someone is committing a crime because they're on a specific drug or they're caught in possession of a drug or whatever, I don't want to send them to prison. That is not the right solution. But the drug court system that we actually had in California several years ago was working because it was compelling people to get clean and to get their lives together. We need to go back to that because the harm reduction method, look, I think harm reduction is good in that if someone is ODing, Narcan is important. We want to save that person's life.
Yeah.
But the idea that you just keep doing that over and over again, that person is going to eventually die. You need to help them get clean. They need rehabilitation.
Sure.
Harm reduction alone isn't enough. This is a very real problem, guys. It is serious, and it freaking breaks my heart seeing it happen. Breaks my heart seeing it get worse year after year, and it infuriates me to see politicians use it as part of their campaign platform, but not really give a damn about it.
Yeah. I mean, look, every campaign is a mix of them hyping up things that aren't actually threats, and it's annoying to see so much of the political oxygen go into things that have nothing to do with people's actual lives. But it's almost worse when they're hyping up things that are actual threats, but they don't actually give a damn about, and they're only using it pragmatically during an election. And it's not only way cheaper to propose just building the wall, it's way simpler. It's easy, it's a symbol, and the person watching at home can be like, yeah, then they can't get in, right? That's how a wall works. But no, actually dealing with the problem requires solutions that go from border to border, not just at the border. And that's way more complicated, way more costly. You can easily just spend $20 billion or whatever to build the wall, but are they going to be interested in funding a massive increase in security, particularly at the ports of entry where the vast majority of the drugs actually come in, a variety of different ways that you deal with the actual people who are struggling with this. And then the obvious long-term solution is to make America less fertile ground in terms of not only there was overprescription and all that, but the desperation that people feel that leads to them using some of these substances. And that requires much more significant and substantive economic changes. And that, look, and then you've lost literally everyone at that point. And they don't actually want to do that. I don't know, I can't read Carrie Lake's heart or her mind. Maybe on some level she cares about this issue, but clearly once Donald Trump got in office, whatever, we're gonna do tax cuts. It's just not a priority. It simply isn't.
And honestly, it's not a priority for either party. And that's what's it's so sad and it's sickening to see how little they care about it once they get elected.
Yeah.
And so that's how I feel about it. That's the only part of her speech that I thought was worth commenting on. The rest of it was just the same dribble.
Culture warfare mongering.
Yeah, and honestly, like the copycat maneuver that you see by some of these people like Carrie Lake, where they're just mimicking what Donald Trump does. It worked for Trump. It's not going to work for you. Come up with your own, your own campaign platform, your own ideas. Obviously, it didn't work for her when she tried to, cosplay Donald Trump in her gubernatorial race in Arizona. I don't think it's going to work out so well with the Senate race either, but we'll see.
Yeah.
So why don't we take the live feed of the RNC, see who's speaking. We'll comment on that.
United States Senator Rick Scott of Florida.
The man committed the largest Medicare fraud in American history.
And it is just very, very difficult in a still image to believe that he's actually alive. You look at him and you're like, there's no way that he's actually a living person.
Maybe he's glowing.
Oh my God.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can tell him from the great state of Florida. Well, the Democrats couldn't stop him. The media couldn't stop him. The liberal judges couldn't stop him. A bullet from a madman couldn't stop him. Can anything stop Donald Trump from becoming the next president and making America great again?
Let's be very vague about the nature of the shooter. We don't want to address that.
Donald, since before each of us ran for office, and it's an honor to be here to do everything I can to get him reelected back in the White House where he should belong every day going forward.
Wait, what?
Weird way to say that. What does that mean?
I was born to a single mom. I grew up in public housing. I started working at the age of 7. I enlisted in the U.S. Navy at the age of 18. Go Navy. But only because I grew up in America, I was able, like many of you, to come from absolutely nothing to build one of the biggest companies in the world, be the 45th governor of Florida, a U.S. senator, where we have to fight every day to stop the radical Democrats from absolutely destroying our great country.
Can I just say, like, every time I hear someone utter the word radical in the context of politics, I keep thinking of like radical man.
Yeah. But also like Biden and his centrist Democrats are radical.
No, Biden's super radical.
Yeah.
USA.
Oh, how did he ever get elected to anything? He's so bad at this.
Yeah, no riz.
Now, let me tell you about a dream I had recently.
No, please
I had
don't.
a dream and I did some time traveling. I traveled to
Nobody wants to hear about your dreams.
imaginary world where actually Joe Biden got reelected. Yeah. So, remember the Christmas Carol, the ghost of Christmas past? Well, in my dream, I met the ghost of Biden future.
Okay, I think
this is so bad.
We're
So I
losing
got
the
to
audience.
see a Biden
so bad.
second term.
This is so
Now, it wasn't
cringy
a
and
dream.
boring.
It was a
It's
nightmare.
like it's a dream and it's Christmas Carol.
Mortgage
It's like
rates
choose the
skyrocketed
lane, man.
15%. Only rich people could buy groceries. Gas was $10 a gallon. In my nightmare,
Only rich people can buy housing these days.
Biden and the Democrats erased our southern border and flew so many illegals into our
Most
country.
of them are running against like the status quo 2 years ago in terms of the numbers. He's running against one that he invented in the future.
It was easy for Democrats to rig the elections. They simply allowed all the non-citizens to vote.
That doesn't happen. That doesn't
America
happen.
did nothing to protect Israel from terrorists or to stop China from invading Taiwan. Now, do any of you think this is
We are
far-fetched?
sending our resources
If you do,
to
you
a
haven't been
country that had
Biden and the
an
Democrats
economic
are doing everything they
surplus
can to tear
in
down this great
2022.
country
What are you talking about?
and rebuild it in their woke, radical image. Their dream's not new. It's an old, evil idea that has failed every time it's been tried. It's called socialism. And Donald J. Trump will not let socialism happen in this country.
The weird smirks, and he's
Under
just,
Trump,
they don't
we
have
had
anybody with charisma.
We weren't at war. Our enemies feared us. Our allies
We weren't at
respected
war.
us. We had a secure
We
border.
were in the same wars that we've been in for
Inflation and
literally
mortgage rates
decades.
were low,
Did not
and
end
families
those.
had money in the bank.
He did end Afghanistan, but Biden executed that, right? Like
He theoretically, had he stayed in office, might have gone through with that, but he didn't actually end
family's
it
been
during his term.
slandered.
Accelerated the war in Syria, increased bombing in
censored,
multiple countries.
treated as a criminal, all
Ron's
because
very close
he
to Ron
never
Ron.
backed
Thank God it didn't
down.
happen, but yeah, it theoretically could have, and it was out of his hands at that point.
This week he's shown the courage all of us should display as we rally around him to rescue our great country. So, let's fight, and make sure Donald Trump gets reelected. Have a great night. God bless you.
He's been a politician for at least 120 years, and he still doesn't know anything about delivering a speech.
Yeah,
That was
that was a really bad speech, in my opinion. Like there was no real message there.
No, it was just it's convention speech by ChatGPT. That's all it is.
A lot of, pandering to Trump's base. But what's interesting is, he represents the traditional neocon conservatives, right? Like, I'm sure he was absolutely disgusted with Sean O'Brien's speech last night. Sean O'Brien, of course, the president of the Teamsters. And so it's interesting because, he specifically wanted to call out socialism, as if there's like a real movement to like implement like a socialist economic model in America. We have a mixed economy, okay? Mixed economy is the right way to go. I think it needs to be a a little more, I guess, focused on programs that improve Americans' lives as opposed to programs that improve corporate profits. But putting that aside, it's just interesting to hear him mention socialism in the context of an RNC that for the first time in maybe, I don't know, for first time for a long time. I don't even know if there was ever any union representation at a Republican convention, but you have this pro-labor message that's typically associated with Democrats. And I do see this difference where, the Republican Party operatives and politicians, not really receptive to that message, but you do have Republican voters who are receptive to that message. Yeah. And so I'm really curious to see when things will come to a head between the voters and the politicians who might on a very surface level purport to care about labor, but we know that they actually, through their policies, couldn't care more about labor.
Care about workers in theory. They don't like it when 100%, but I'm saying that's how they would think of it. They don't like it when you term it as like a group that might have collective interests, they get uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But look, obviously the reason that so many Republicans have turned against unions is because of decades of right-wing propaganda intended to destroy the faith in that. The issue is that they put a lot of time in that, a lot of money into that, but things are so hard for so many people that it is straining the ability of that to get people to continue to vote for politicians that aren't going to advance their economic interests.
Yep. All right, so Steve Scalise is speaking. Let's go to him.
God bless each and every one of you. I'm House Majority Leader Steve Scalise from the great state of Louisiana.
Now you say like the fantastic state or the marvelous state. Just mix it up.
But New Orleans has nothing on Washington, D.C. these past 4 years. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have spent your tax dollars trashing America's finances in ways no sane or sober-minded person ever would. Let's talk energy. They've eroded the American energy dominance that President Trump delivered.
We're still the top producer, top producer, and also top exporter.
And we export more than we ever have.
Here at home,
it's madness.
Thousands of American jobs gone.
It's never enough.
It doesn't end there. Biden let Iran and Venezuela export their oil, but he stopped liquefied natural gas exports here in America. President Biden's
not done. The OPEC cartel. Okay, it is a global situation where oil-producing countries
raise taxes on Americans.
Produce. The less they produce, the less supply there is.
Trump is our next president and expand our Republican House majority
to raise tax on any Americans.
The Democrats' assault on American energy once and for all.
He's got a lot more energy than Rick Scott. I'll give him that.
Now let's look at taxes. Biden and Harris want a $5 trillion tax hike. In our first 100 days, President Trump and a Republican majority will make the Trump tax cuts permanent. And yes, we will end taxes on tips and deliver another tax cut for working families.
I thought that you guys already did that.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
Biden and Harris opened it up to the entire world. Prisons are being emptied. President Trump and a Republican majority will repass H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill in decades. We will lock down the border, and yes, we will finish building the wall.
Just do it. Just fine. Just build it. Just build it. Just build it. I just don't want to hear about it. Like, just do it. At this point, I don't even care.
No.
Just build it.
JD Vance is gonna be like, we're going to raise the wall more. It will be taller and thicker.
Like,
yeah.
Again, a very simplistic solution to a complicated problem that the Senate actually had legislation for, but Trump convinced Republicans in the Senate to trash.
Right as citizens voting. Biden and Harris want illegals to vote now that they've opened up the border.
Literally based on absolutely nothing.
SAVE Act to block illegal aliens from voting in our elections.
How does a democracy function when you can, everyone is making this point that is based on literally nothing at all? It is complete and utter fiction.
Okay, so first of all, the way they're framing it is obviously a lie, but what they're basing it on is some municipalities, when it comes to residents, right?
That has nothing to do with Biden or federal elections.
Exactly.
Biden and Harris oppose school choice. They actually investigated parents at school boards. President Trump and a Republican majority will pass legislation expanding school choice and will repass the Parents' Bill of Rights.
Parents public money into
should be free to choose what their children are taught and where.
They should do that with their own money, yes, with their own money, not with public funds.
Yeah, I disagree with a lot of this, and a lot of this is lies, but it's just way more skillfully and more energetically delivered.
Agreed, yeah.
Many of you know I was the survivor of a politically motivated shooting in 2017. Not many know that while I was fighting for my life, Donald Trump was one of the first to come console my family at the hospital. That's the kind of leader he is. Courageous under fire. Compassionate towards others. Let's put Donald Trump back in the White House this November so we can make America great again. God bless you. Make Donald Trump continue to receive God's blessing, and God bless these great United States of America.
So Scalise, obviously a much more energetic and charismatic speaker than Rick Scott.
Or most of the Republicans, I think.
Yeah.
And Tim Scott, and Marjorie Greene, a lot of them.
Yeah, including Carrie Lake. We just heard Carrie Lake.
Yeah.
You know, her charisma was lacking as well. So, you know, he's a skilled speaker in comparison. His message, I think, look, it obviously didn't resonate with us, but the framing resonates with Republican voters.
I think that if you're not really familiar with what he's talking about, and you're busy, you're not going to fact check it or whatever, some of the stuff would sound good or would sound scary. So I can see that being effective if you aren't particularly interested in what's true.
So we're going to take a brief break. When we come back, we're going to just go right back to hearing some of the speeches, debunking some of the nonsense, but also giving credit where credit is due as always. So stick around, guys. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Damage Report. I'm John Idarola. This is gonna be a big one. Meanwhile, in the Arctic, you know where this is going. You watch the Damage Report, the Arctic's on fire. Obviously, why would we be talking about the Arctic except to tell you that it's melting once again? The Republicans aren't that interested in it. I wonder why. Lift out of poverty up to 3.7 million people, including an estimated 1.3 million children. Hashtag save the children? Not if it costs money. I mean, come on.
It's time to break down the myths of the right wing, the political elite in both parties, and the establishment media. Myths like the media has a liberal bias, hilarious, or America's a center-right country, preposterous. The truth is that the American people are progressive, and no matter what party or media elites say, justice is coming. I've written a book that makes this clear and shows you we're gonna get it done. It's called Justice is Coming, and you can get it anywhere books and audiobooks are sold.
Hey, I'm John, that's my name. But many of our facilities and equipment here at TYT headquarters are nameless. You can change that. A donation at tyt.com/perks can grant you the naming rights to our stuff. Check out the full list today.
Members make a difference here at TYT. Together, we amplify the issues that matter. Medicare for all, criminal justice reform, ending imperialist wars, college for all, racial justice, climate change, and an end to money's corrupting influence on our politics. As a member, you help make the show happen, and your support makes an impact on our mission to drive positive change. Click the join button on YouTube to become a member, or go to tyt.com/join.
Welcome back, everyone. We're over here at the Republican National Convention. If you're just tuning in, we just listened to speeches by Kari Lake, running for a Senate seat in Arizona, Rick Scott, senator from Florida, who has absolutely no charisma, and Steve Scalise. And so, John, why don't we read a few comments, actually? Because sure. I want our viewers to have a say in our coverage. What's going on? What are they thinking?
Okay, so I'm gonna do comments. I also we're doing some fact checks. Okay. I'm gonna read you one of the fact checks. So Kari Lake made a claim that Ruben Gallego voted to let the millions of people who poured into our country illegally cast a ballot in this upcoming election. So what he did was he introduced the Voting Clarity Act of 2024. That requires Customs and Border Protection officers to inform migrants seeking asylum that they can't vote in federal elections. That's all.
Oh, so that, okay.
It's the exact opposite of what she said. Just a massive, massive lie, and almost certainly a knowing lie from Kari Lake. But let's get into the actual comments. Okay, so I saw one from Gabby Marita says, if you guys don't want socialism, can we maybe stop subsidizing fossil fuel corporations?
Yep.
Yeah, good point. Massively profitable industry that's been around for over a century. Arguably doesn't need subsidies anymore. Let's see, tall glass of shut up juice. I have to read it because it's in the document. It says, is John on a split screen? How big are those guns? He even looked huge next to Cenk yesterday.
What?
It's in the document, okay? It's true, it's true. Anyway.
All right.
Thank you for the comments.
We have a speech by the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Let's see what he had to say.
Have you seen him in person?
Good evening, my friends.
Oh, he's
what
a tiny
an amazing
fellow.
crowd, and what
He's
a
very
great
efficient.
time it is to unite our party and to send President Donald Trump back to the White House. That's what we're going to do.
Well, right now the Democrats are helping you
But
guys.
we're not just uniting as Republicans. We're uniting today as Americans in the wake of the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump. Everyone hear me clearly and listen to me at home and make no mistake. The House is conducting an immediate and thorough investigation of these tragic events. And that work has already begun. The American people deserve to know the truth, and we will ensure accountability. I promise you that. I promise you that. This has always been an important principle to us. We in the Republican Party are the law and order team. We always have been, and we always will be, the advocates for the rule of law.
One of your own.
we
Gets
all-
caught with their hand in the cookie jar, or
as well as
you know,
many others
commits
in
crimes.
serious
Then it's
jeopardy
lawfare.
today.
Yeah, and we
we've
generally
come to
support
a
law
moment in
enforcement. Sometimes they get in our way and we beat them to death with flagpoles. But other than that, love them.
Are being openly challenged like never before. My friends, we are no longer just in a battle between two opposing political parties. We are, but it's not just ours versus D's anymore. We're now in the midst of a struggle between two completely different visions of who we are as Americans and what our country will be.
Always been
The
true.
Republican
That's
Party
nothing
stands
new
for the
at all.
foundational truths that made America the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the most free, the most powerful, the most benevolent nation that has ever been. It's not even close. It's not even
Benevolent?
close. But we have no guarantee.
That's such a great
Ask civilians in Gaza how they feel about that statement.
Benevolent.
Unless we
We drop
respond
nukes.
to the call to keep it.
Benevolent.
We've done lots of
248
benevolent
years
things.
ago,
We have.
we
But lots
boldly
of things that are not.
proclaimed in our declaration that all men are created equal, not born equal, created equal, and that we're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. See, we understand that our rights do not come from government. They come from God.
It's also not the Constitution that he's referencing. And it's a reminder that
There's
he's a
another
religious
thing
whack
that we
job.
recognize. We recognize that we are made in His image. And because of that, every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin, what zip code you live in, where you come from, what your talents are, or what you can contribute to society. Your value is inherent because it is given to you by your Creator. That's what we stand for.
Most of that sounds
I
good.
speak a lot about what I call the 7 core principles of American conservatism. What do we stand for as Republicans, they want to know? I think it boils down to a few things. Individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. Indeed, those are the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but they're actually the core principles of our republic itself. And while they resonate in our hearts and in the hearts of most Americans, listen to me, the radical, woke, progressive left has disdain for those principles, all right? They have a very different vision for what America should become. They want to tear down those foundations and remold us into some sort of borderless, lawless, Marxist, socialist utopia. We're here to say, not on our watch. We will not allow that to happen.
What exactly were the Marxist socialist policies that were implemented under Joe Biden?
just
Joe
3 weeks ago
Biden's
that
infrastructure
Kelly and I
bill was a
dropped off our
giant
oldest son
handout to
at the Naval
corporations.
Academy.
Like, what?
And
They didn't
That's right.
raise taxes on corporations.
I know, it's obviously ridiculous.
In
It
4
has
years,
no
he'll
relationship to the modern
and he'll
Democratic
join
Party.
the 1.3 million active duty service members who bravely defend our country. We're so proud of Jack and all our children, but like most parents today, we're concerned about their future. America can't risk 4 more years of Joe Biden's weakness that has invited so much aggression by our enemies. We can't survive the dramatic increases in violence, crime, and drugs that the Democrats' policies have brought upon our communities. And we cannot allow the many millions of illegal aliens they've allowed to cross our borders to harm our citizens, drain our resources, or disrupt our elections. We will not allow it.
So for virtually all these speakers, we have to point out that they helped to kill the border bill. He is a particularly bad example of that because he championed it before Trump told him to kill it, and then he killed it.
Freedom that once defined our nation, now being trampled underfoot by the radical left. As President Trump raised his fist and gave a rally cry on Saturday, now is our time to fight, and we will. We're in a fateful battle of ideas, my friends, and we have to recognize that. But in this battle, and in November, the American people will reject the party of self-destruction, and they will elect the party of peace and prosperity and opportunity. The GOP will grow our House majority, we will take back the Senate, and we will return Donald J. Trump to the White House.
Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe all those things.
Very good chance that's going to happen.
Standing arm in arm, we will make America safe again. Listen, we reach out tonight to everyone watching at home. We invite all Americans who believe in the promise of our great nation to join us in this fateful battle. We can and we will reverse this current decline. We can restore our founding principles, and we can preserve this exceptional nation that God has entrusted to us, and what Abraham Lincoln referred to as the last best hope of man on the earth. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless our troops. And God bless America.
So see, this is what I'm talking about. How do you reconcile the small government, no corporate regulations, or as little corporate regulations as possible, with the alleged economic populism that was espoused by the way, VP picked JD Vance? You know, there are, like, he's definitely deeply socially conservative, and I have lots of issues with him. But in terms of, like, I was shocked to find that he's actually a fan of Lena Khan. And actually has done some work in regard to breaking up monopolies. He has sponsored bipartisan legislation. So, like, how do you reconcile those two wings of the Republican Party right now?
Well, I mean, I think he did it by turning away from his prior stances on the economy. He used to be fairly radical on a number of different issues. He wanted to raise corporate taxes. He wanted to raise the minimum wage. That's not how you get picked as VP. He doesn't hold those positions anymore. He used to be much more supportive of labor. He was viciously anti-union in the just couple of years that he was in the Senate. He believed all sorts of things before, and now he believes what he needs to. And he's much more in line with virtually every other Republican in elected office right now than he was.
But even in his time in the Senate, remember, JD Vance got elected in 2022, so he hasn't been in the Senate for a long time. But even in that short,
it's enough. He should be president, I think. It's enough experience. He wrote a book and he was in the Senate for 2 years. I think he should be president.
But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you know, he was willing to co-sponsor bipartisan legislation with Senator Elizabeth Warren in regard to regulating the banks. There are certain areas where credit is due, but there are definitely areas with JD Vance that I have like deep concerns. But this isn't about JD Vance. This is about the two wings of the Republican Party, and those two wings are being represented in these speeches.
Sure, I mean, but like, I would say I don't think what you are describing is two wings. I think you're describing an overarching strategy and a guy who disagrees with it in a few cases. And you could probably find, look, we've given Matt Gaetz credit for going against the vast majority of Republicans on a few things too. There's not a lot of individuals that go against them on anything. There's a few that go against them on a few things, but I don't think those are wings. I don't think that they're in parity with each other or anything like that.
We'll see. Because I see it growing with the Republican voters. And I wonder if there's gonna be a day where those Republican voters feel the way we do when it comes to our own party, in that they'll promise all sorts of things that we want economically speaking, and then never deliver. Because
that would be great, I think.
I want to be very, very clear, because some people don't get what I'm thinking, and they think that I'm like trying to cheerlead that like the Republican Party is suddenly like full of economic populists. I do not believe that, okay? There are a few little examples here and there, but overall, I know that the Republican Party is still the same Republican Party. So I do think that—
hopefully people understand that.
Yeah, well, I think that increasingly Republican voters who are kind of drinking the Kool-Aid and believing the rhetoric are going to realize that these politicians are actually not going to deliver. And so the question is, what happens then? What is their response going to be to that?
I would need to see polls. I would like to. If we are seeing that in their electorate, I would love to see that. I don't know. I mean, look, we know like 70% of Republican voters want paid family leave. Like there have been examples of things that their party is super out of step with the voters.
Right.
What you're sketching out is the possibility that we could have more and more of those things. And I hope that you would start to see that have an effect on the electeds. The issue is I think that the Republican Party and right-wing media is very good at distracting their voters, even more so than the Democrats and like corporate media is for the Democratic voters. I think that they've got a stranglehold on them with the identity politics stuff, and I think they're very good at getting these people to completely ignore their own economic self-interest.
Yeah, the culture war related content that you see in right-wing media is intoxicating.
And you see in all these speeches.
Definitely, and they touch on it in every speech. Speaking of which, let's go to Vivek Ramaswamy's speech. All right, let's give it a few seconds. It's coming. Great laser color. Just don't stand in front of a green screen. It would be a disaster.
Yeah, that is risky. It's a bold choice for the RNC, though.
I would kill to have that jacket right now.
That specific
I'm not even kidding. I am freezing. I will wear any jacket, the loudest jacket on.
People are probably thinking, why don't you wear Johns? I just want to point out, everybody, I walked around in the hot Milwaukee sun. Nobody wants to wear this jacket, not even me. Oh, we might have a hero, though.
Can your jacket? Michael Shore is an American hero.
Yes, that is true courage and bravery.
Could be big, but...
Love it. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's good to be back in Milwaukee. This time last year, I was a candidate for U.S. president, and I'm proud to say that I achieved the impossible, which is that most of you actually know how to say my name by now.
He suspended it.
So thank you for that.
Is that a separate bullet point?
It's good to be
back.
back.
He's an entrepreneur and a businessman. Those are basically
We're in the middle of a national identity crisis.
I know how you pad a resume, buddy.
Patriotism, hard work, and family have disappeared, only to be replaced by race, gender, sexuality, and climate. But we're not going to win this election just by criticizing the other side. We're going to win this by standing for our own vision of who we really are. What does it mean to be a Republican in the year 2024? What does it mean to be an American in the year 2024? It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. It means we believe in merit, that you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions.
It means we believe in the billionaire family.
And I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. That is why we will seal the southern border on day one.
He's a good speaker. This is definitely resonating.
Oh, and he like willingly embraces basically every conspiracy they love. I'm surprised he didn't do better in the primary, honestly.
Actually,
I mean,
run the government,
racist party. I'm sure that hurt him a lot.
But bureaucrats in the deep state. These are not black ideas or white ideas. They are not even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. They are American ideas that we fought a revolution to secure. And the man who will revive these ideals in the United States of America is your next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I love that his argument is I love that his argument is that Donald Trump is going to take us back 250 years.
The border, vote Trump.
Like, yeah, same. I think
if you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to reignite the economy in this country,
be a president who's literally above the law.
If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. But there is one more reason I'm going to ask you to vote Trump, and it's the most important one. It's the one the media won't talk about, but it's the truth.
Exactly.
Donald Trump is the president who will actually unite this country, not through empty words, but through action. Because you know what? Success is unifying. Excellence is unifying. That's who we are as Americans.
That's who we've always
been. There's already been cracks in that.
To those of you watching this at home tonight, I'd like to deliver a message that the media doesn't want you to hear from the Republican Party. Our message to black Americans is this. The media has tried to convince you for decades that Republicans don't care about your communities, but we do. We want for you what we want for every American. Safe neighborhoods, clean streets, good jobs, a better life for your children, and a justice system that treats everyone equally, regardless of your skin color and regardless of your political beliefs.
That sounds great. I think it would be great to have an America that at least briefly dabbled in that as an experiment.
Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this. You're like my parents. You deserve the opportunity to secure a better life for your children in America. But our message to illegal immigrants is also this. We will return you to your country of origin, not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law. And the United States of America was founded on the rule of law.
Asterisk for the president and need not apply.
The one through line is the
our message to
immigration
message. Speaking as one myself.
You'll notice, by the way, that while in their platform they're going to revoke birthright citizenship, they're not promoting that in their speeches.
The 2008 financial crisis. Loading up our national debt that falls on our generation's shoulders.
But Trump has been talking about it for a very long time.
We'd somehow get a head start on the American
Agenda
dream
47, it's in Project 2025, and it's in the RNC platform.
But we can't just be cynical about our country because the United States of America is still the last best hope that we have. And we deserve a better class of politician, one who actually tells us the truth, even if it comes with some mean tweets from time to time.
Yeah, I don't think we did that.
He's riling people up.
And our message to Gen Z is this. You're going to be the generation that actually saves this country. You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man?
Let me
show
hide
up
my
on your
socks.
college campus and try calling yourself a conservative. Say you want to get married, have kids. Teach them to believe in God and pledge allegiance to their country. Because you know what? Fear has been infectious in this country, but courage can be contagious too. That too is what it means to be an American.
Yeah, that's
and you know what?
Kids, I think it's wonderful.
If you're at home and you disagree
this
with
is why
I just
he's
said,
much more of like a podcaster than a politician. He says that shit that literally nobody believes that's true. Apologies for the swear. Nobody believes that that's it, but that's how you grift.
We are the country where we can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. That is the America I know. That is the America we miss. We do not have to be ancient Rome.
Than any other
we don't have to be this nation in decline. We can still be a nation in our ascent. A nation whose best days, not in some fake politician way, but in a true way, a nation whose best days are actually still ahead of us. Still on our way to that shining city on a hill, that country where no matter who you are, or where your parents came from, or what your skin color is, or how long your last name is, that you will still get ahead in this country
a lot of
with your own hard
work,
work,
of course,
your
and
own
he has to pretend that
commitment,
that's not true.
your own dedication, and that you know what, you are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about. And that is what we will revive this November when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Thank you all. God bless you and your families. And may God bless our United States of America. Thank you.
So that was easily the strongest speech that we've seen tonight.
Yeah, he talks fast and he speaks loud. That's a good baseline.
He's charismatic, and he's pitch perfect for the kind of messaging that's going to resonate with the Republican electorate. I don't think we've seen the end of Vivek Ramaswamy. I think he's going to continue being involved in politics and Republican politics, obviously.
Yeah, he's incredibly wealthy. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
I think the reason I think that that's like, we're not going to do a lot of fact checking of that, because I don't know if you noticed this. He didn't state any specific claims about anything. He didn't talk about policy. He didn't talk about specifics of the first Trump term. He didn't talk about specifics about Biden. He spoke in vague generalities that it's easy for it to sound good. Now, it doesn't necessarily reflect what the Republicans are going to do. It doesn't reflect what he actually believes, but it's hard to say anything against it because he's not making claims about reality. He's speaking generally and aspirationally, which sounds good.
Right. That's already, though, an improvement from the messaging in previous speeches from tonight, because I mean, the previous speeches just had flat out lies, right? And that's what drives me crazy.
Yeah, 100%. We can try that. I'm not sure who that is, but we can try.
Interview or speech? We're doing it live. Okay. Let's skip it. Let's actually take a break real quick. When we come back, we have more speeches for you. I'm picking and choosing, guys. I want to make sure we pick the speeches that you guys are going to want to listen to, even if it might infuriate you, even if you'll disagree with it. So let's take that break. We'll be right back.
Indisputable is still the fastest growing news show in America compared to CNN, Fox News, and 30 other networks. We tell the truth on Indisputable because the truth is indisputable. We go places that other news media outlets refuse to go. When there were human rights abuses happening at the Victorville prison, guards and members of the community contacted us.
You, through your investigative reporting, unearthed very troubling allegations about specific forms of abuse and discrimination in the federal prison system.
It really doesn't take much to be a trusted voice. All it takes is to be fearless, report on matters, be an advocate. I called it the bullpen intentionally because it's a place of preparation. We present individuals who may have an opposing view, so we debate. Sometimes we interview individuals because their stories deserve to be heard. A survivor of significant police misconduct and his attorney. We covered this story earlier, and to remind you of the horror of one man being shot at damn near 100 times by the police. We take time on this show to showcase the temper tantrums of Karens in the wild. We do this not because we want to see people's emotional outbursts in public, but because these incidents are emblematic of a bigger societal issue taking place across the nation, and it has to be checked.
My friend, my big homie, attorney at law, Benjamin Crump.
I just want to thank you, man. Educated, articulate brothers like yourself speak truth to power. It makes a great difference in changing the landscape in America. So
listen, no matter what you do, don't allow the politics of ideology to evaporate the soul that still exists inside of you. They don't stop, I don't stop. Racism won't stop, I won't stop. Systemic bias won't stop, I won't stop. People still need health care, so I won't stop. People still need criminal justice systems reform, so I won't stop. You won't stop either.
All right, welcome back to the Young Turks coverage of the RNC. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian. As you can tell, Mayor Rudy Giuliani joins us. All right, Mayor, how you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Okay, so Mayor, we had a good conversation on your show a minute ago, and appreciated it. Obviously, I'm going to ask you some tough questions. You know that.
Oh my goodness, I'm not believing it.
Okay, so so let me start with this. So you've been incredibly loyal to Donald Trump. There's no question about that. I mean, as loyal gets.
Sure.
Right.
I'd say that's right.
Yeah. But he didn't find a role for you in his administration last time. Do you have a speaking spot here or no?
No.
No. So what's going on?
I spoke at the last 5 conventions, and I was the keynote speaker to it.
Yeah. No, I remember. So do you feel that loyalty has not been returned or has been returned? What's your take on it?
I have, since he's been out of office, spoken to him twice a week, almost constantly. Had dinner and lunch with him 50 times, 40 times, 30 times. My son is his constant golf partner when he wants to win, and I'm his golf partner when he wants to lose.
Ooh, shots fired.
No. When he wants to slump, when he calls me to play golf, I say, "You must not want to win today." But no, I've maintained a very close friendship with him, and I was his lawyer during much of that administration. Now, I turned down the job that he offered in the administration. He turned down the job of Attorney General. He's very vocal about that, and has said that. I didn't feel that I could be the Attorney General. I felt like there would be clearly issues that had come up from the prior campaign. I was maybe his 4th or 5th highest advisor, and I'd have to recuse myself. I kind of anticipated what I think Sessions didn't anticipate.
So he wanted you. He wanted you to be the attorney.
First choice for Attorney General.
In the first administration, or if
first
he gets?
Administration.
Oh, I see.
Immediately. Okay. I mean, immediately he offered it to me the day after, and I said, I want to be. Well, I'm pretty stubborn too. I wanted to be Secretary of State, and I don't think the president and most people would see me as a Secretary of State, but I did, because I had spent, from the time I left being mayor until then, I had been on 90 foreign trips in 70 foreign countries. I ran a worldwide security business, and every one of my trips I used, not every one, many of my trips I used to have access to the head of state, the chief security people, and I really got to know them. And my great interest, believe it or not, has always been foreign policy, even though I never thought I'd be a mayor. I thought either I'd be a lawyer all my life, or if I ran for office, it would be about foreign policy. I changed from Republican to Democrat. I mean, Democrat to Republican because of foreign policy.
So what would your priorities be in foreign policy, considering the current geopolitical, makeup situation?
I'm a pure Reaganite. Ronald Reagan is unabashedly my hero.
So you'd fund the contrast.
I worked for him for 8 years. 2 as his number 2 person in the Justice Department. 6 in New York. I remained close to him even when I was in New York. He personally asked me to argue 3 or 4 different cases. And then I was on the board of the Reagan Library until a few years ago, until Mrs. Reagan died. And I would say very, very close to her. I'd see her once a month. I delivered many lectures at the library.
But that's interesting. And that's a great question by Anna, because I'm not sure that Reagan's foreign policy matches Trump's.
It doesn't. I mean, I mean, the major difference I have with the president is I would, without any embarrassment, say I'm much more of a hardliner than he is.
So more
and he's more. I wouldn't say he's an isolationist, but he's more open to that way of thinking. I'm very, very devoted to the idea, because I saw it defeat at least a good deal of communism. A very, very strong America is a very well protected America, and somehow I think he actually believes that. But he will talk more like an isolationist. If push came to shove, I'm not sure, and that's why I think he prevented things that Biden couldn't prevent. So, for example, Putin. I think we can agree on this, and however it turns out, it turns out. Putin invaded 3 times in the last 4 presidencies. He invaded under Bush when Bush was weak. He invaded under Obama when I think Obama made it clear he was weak, particularly in Syria, but with the red lines, and Putin had to come in. And he invaded Afghanistan when he was perfectly sure that Biden would do nothing. He even played him for 2 months by getting him to say over and over again, to the point of embarrassment, no boots on the ground, no boots on the ground, no boots on the ground. And finally, if you do a little invasion, that'll be okay.
First of all, you mean Ukraine, not Afghanistan.
What did I say?
Afghanistan, yeah.
What I meant to say was the exit in Afghanistan triggered Putin to say, I got another one I can take advantage of. I do not think Ukraine would have happened under Trump or a president that gave Putin pause to think something could be done, something could happen.
I have to follow up on this because, you kind of brushed aside this notion of no boots on the ground. You think that kind of comes across as weak, but how do you reconcile your desire for boots on the ground with what's currently going on with the Republican electorate? Because there is a growing faction of the Republican electorate,
no doubt about it,
that does not want to engage in more war. They don't want to send more foreign aid or military aid to other countries, including our allies, obviously. So how do you reconcile that? Do you feel like you're kind of out of style with the growing, faction that I'm talking about?
I think it's a little bit, yes. A little bit, yes. And maybe they didn't grow up like I did during the Cold War with threat of nuclear war and a really deep knowledge of communism. I was a political science and philosophy major in college, and I studied communism because I felt I had to know it. I think we have a bunch of young people that are totally unaware of all those risks of the Marxian plan, the Marxist plan, the fact that the only way you deter it is by a very strong military. Even though you say, I really wouldn't like boots on the ground. I think that if they're worried that you are going to put boots on the ground, there's less of a chance you're eventually going to have to do it.
So let me follow up.
It's a psychological game that you're playing. You never want your adversary to know what you're going to do.
Right.
But let me follow up in 2 different ways here. So number one, you say you're worried about Marxist, communists, et cetera. But the most prominent Marxist communist in the world right now is Kim Jong-un, an actual bona fide old school communist dictator, okay? So now mainly communists would say he's just a dictator, but you certainly would call him a communist and et cetera. But yes, now Trump was not tough on him. They exchanged what Trump called love letters, right?
Yeah.
And he said they fell in love. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un did develop 6 to 8 nuclear weapons. So was Trump way too soft on Kim Jong-un?
I think he played him like a fiddle.
How so? He has the nukes.
Yeah, but first of all, he may or may not have been doing substantial development during that period of time, but he was certainly much less active then.
The missile tests were lessened, to be fair. But
toward the end of Obama, he was virtually almost hitting Japan. He was flying nukes over Japan. At the very beginning of Trump, he did that, and then he stopped. And I think there was a chance that Trump could engage him in a sensible dialogue. But you might find this hard to believe, but I think that Kim Jong-un sees Trump as like an uncle or a father figure. And
that doesn't disturb you? Wait, hold on. That doesn't disturb you as a former communist fighter? That Trump, the biggest communist dictator in the world, views Trump as an uncle?
But he'll play him. He'll use that to play him.
But how did he play him when he developed 6 to 8 nukes?
I'm not sure he developed those all under Trump. I think he
had not. And the reason why he was doing those,
his act of developing has increased way more under Biden, and certainly his militaristic activity has changed markedly since Biden has come into office.
No, I think that the reason he was doing all those tests was because Obama wasn't allowing him to develop nukes, and he was giving him strong threats. And under Trump, he's like, well, nobody's at home. I can just develop any nukes I like, so I don't have to bother with theatrics.
I don't believe he developed those. I would have to check on it, and
well, everybody can check.
Be sure of it. But I did feel that Trump had him in a good position to move him toward maybe thinking more generally about his position in history, what's going on with his country. I thought there was a real opportunity for Trump to influence him. I actually think there would have been a real opportunity for Trump to influence Putin and create the separation from China that we desperately needed and hadn't happened yet if they hadn't done the phony Russian collusion thing, which is the reason it brought me closer to Trump, because I knew without any doubt from the very beginning that it was completely phony. I didn't know that Hillary paid for it. If I had known that Hillary paid for it, I'd have been even stronger.
I thought a Republican candidate originally had paid for it in the primary in 2016. The Steele dossier.
But she's the one who, through the law firm, made the warranted payment to
a Republican started it in the first place.
But she put the 1.1 million in.
Yeah. So look, the Steele dossier is discredited, so it does. We're past it.
The 1.1 million we can prove. I believe, but only believe and can't prove that a lot more money was paid. But the 1.1 million comes from her, and it's the same kind of laundered payment that they are trying to impose liability on Trump in New York.
Yeah,
it's a payment. It's an illegal payment to a foreign entity that was concealed as a legal payment.
So I want to come back to that because look. So first of all, the Republicans started it, no question about it. Everybody can check that. We'll check the 1.1 million, et cetera.
I don't disagree that it was a Republican who was trying to develop that against Trump. They picked it up.
Okay, so we agreed on that portion.
And they decided that Manafort would be the best fall guy. And they made a fatal mistake with Manafort because they thought Manafort was very close to Putin. Manafort, I don't think I ever met Putin. Manafort was very close to the Ukrainian, Russian-oriented oligarchs who were close to Putin. But he himself was never close to Putin.
So that brings us back to Ukraine. So Trump keeps saying, and you seem to back it up a little bit a little while ago, that if Trump is in charge, that Putin would not have invaded Ukraine because Trump is so strong. But what does that mean? Does that mean that Putin thinks that Trump would have put boots on the ground? Trump would have bombed him? Trump would have nuked him? What does it mean that he's strong?
Does Putin think that he's going to put boots on the ground? Putin's not sure. You don't have to create.
Yeah, Trump's a wild card. Like you don't know what he's going to do, and I think that's where his strength comes in, right?
An off-the-cuff just sort of thought.
Please.
Okay. Putin might say, this guy's ego is so great. If I show him up like that, oh my God, I may have a nuclear war. That is an enormously valuable asset to have in foreign policy. Reagan had that. If you talk to Russians now who went through the Cold War on their side, they would tell you they thought Ronald Reagan was completely crazy and was dying to bomb them. That's the impression he wanted to create. He had no such desire.
But Mayor Giuliani, do you see that if you threaten that, you're either bluffing, which could be disastrous if he goes in, because then your bluff is called and then you're toast, or you have to follow through and actually nuke Russia and start World War III?
You have to nuke Russia. You have to attack them. I mean, in some way.
Attacking Russia would be a big deal, and that would require boots on the ground.
And how does that square with his anti-war stance?
It doesn't. Everything doesn't have to square. If you, particularly if you think of him as just think of all the money and time that's been put into making him appear to be an irrational figure. So if he really is an irrational figure, yeah, he's against war. He doesn't want war, but he takes this personally. He takes it personally that you have shown him up. I think Putin, who doesn't want nuclear war, wouldn't take that risk. And he didn't. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, right? The guy likes to attack. He did it under Bush. He did it under Obama. He did it under Biden. One time he didn't is when I think this great president that was there, and you think his nut was there, but he didn't attack.
Question for you. I want to follow up on that.
And if I'm right, those Ukrainians are only dead because we selected Biden.
So if Trump gets elected, which it's looking pretty good for him right now, right? So if he gets elected, he comes in, what do you think he should do to change course on the war in Ukraine? What do you think he would need to do?
I really don't want to put out too many possibilities because they kind of get locked in. Or maybe if I raise questions, it's better. If I say something like, what would constitute, I mean, to settle something, you have to give both sides a victory. If you're a really good deal maker, I don't know if they're ready for that. I think Putin may be. I think it's getting a lot more expensive than you think. I think it's creating many more internal problems in Russia than we recognize. I don't know about Ukraine. I used to know Ukraine well, but have been cut off from it since all of the problems there. I don't know Zelensky at all. He was not a player there when I was in Ukraine for 5 or 6 years. I don't trust Zelensky completely because of his connection to Kolomoisky, who was the head of Privat Bank, which is the biggest money laundering institution in that area of the world. Latvia uses it, Lithuania uses it. I have in my possession a money laundering transaction in August of 2016 that goes to Hunter Biden and his company.
Did you let James Comer know about that?
What?
Did you let James Comer know about that?
Yeah, head of the House Oversight Committee. How come he didn't use it to go after Biden then?
I have no idea, and neither did the Justice Department when I gave it to them. I gave it to Pence. I gave it to them. A lot of things that I gave to people evidence that I gave to the U.S. Attorney in Washington about the murder of Ashley Babbitt has never been used. My testimony before the J6 committee has been destroyed, I think. I don't think they want you to hear my testimony. So
who do you think might have destroyed it? Are you saying that there's a cover-up?
How do you destroy testimony before a committee in which you put people in jail if they don't show up? But the whole thing is like a surreal experience.
But Mayor, can you see that given that you had Ukrainian partners, they wound up getting convicted here in America. Even the people who would most want to use the evidence you claim you have, like Comer, he's dying. He's got no evidence against connecting Hunter and Joe. So why wouldn't they use it? Does it? I mean, it's got to occur to you that they might think that it's not reliable.
Maybe they're frightened by the false information. I never had partners in Ukraine. The 2 men that were in Ukraine were never my partners.
Bobolinsky and stuff like that?
No, you're thinking of Igor and his other partner. I used them to gather information there on the theory that they claimed to be very big Trump supporters. One was and one wasn't. And one of them then said we were partners. Well, there's no proof that we were, and the other one contradicted us. We were never partners. I would never have done business in Ukraine when I was investigating for President Trump, and there's never been any evidence of that. But they have convinced people of that. They also tried to convince people, and for 16 months it was just written all the time that I was a Russian agent with the hard drive.
But they did get convicted.
I'm suing. They got convicted of making illegal campaign contributions to Pete Sessions. Had nothing to do with me.
But that leads to
I got to tell you, this is very hard to believe. I don't commit crimes. I was a U.S. attorney for too damn long. I'm too honest. I don't commit crimes. I'm not stupid.
So, but we do have Donald Trump hiring Paul Manafort, who you said earlier, big problem, right? Connected to the Ukrainian-Russian oligarchs. You got the folks that you worked with convicted. Now you got Steve Bannon, who ran the fake wall. Yeah, fake wall scheme. His partners go to jail. He's still facing charges in New York. Donald Trump has fired almost everyone that's worked for him in the previous administration. This starts to pile up where people think, wait, is Donald Trump have any competence at all? You see what I'm saying? As you see all these people going to jail, and you say they should. You say Manafort is wrong. You say your former partners were rightfully convicted. So at least on those 3 for sure, let alone all the people he fired and he's saying is terrible. Isn't he a terrible manager then?
No, he's a terrific manager. Look at the results that he got. I mean, first let me answer each one of those. Okay. My 2 former partners weren't my former partners. They just help me, and they are different. One of them was a lot more dishonest than the other, and it was all personal dishonesty, having nothing to do with Trump, nothing to do with me, having to do with campaign contributions to 2 campaigns that happened before I met them and before they met Trump. The situation with Steve, the one for which he's convicted, is an assertion of executive privilege, for which nobody goes to jail except Steve Bannon.
But you know it's absurd. He didn't have executive privilege.
I mean,
you know he doesn't.
He wasn't.
Rudy, you're a lawyer. You were a really good lawyer earlier in your career. You know he doesn't have executive privilege.
No, I don't.
He wasn't in office. Trump wasn't in office. He hadn't worked for the White House in 3 years. How is that executive privilege?
It's not as strong a case of executive privilege, but a president can bring an advisor in, and by sharing information with them, make them effectively someone who's a quasi-government official. And that's at least an argument that's got to get resolved by a higher court, which it wasn't. And okay, even assuming that, isn't Garland holding back her video considerably more serious than that? When right now we're all debating, is Biden wacko? Why are the American people deprived of 6 hours of him being questioned by a professional prosecutor who came to a kind of a generous conclusion that he's a nice old man who's lost his memory? I happen to think he acted like someone that would convince the American people, even more than the debate did, that he is suffering from a serious case of dementia and shouldn't be within 10,000 miles of the White House.
Look, I know that
and Garland is illegally, contemptuously withholding it to cover it up. That is more serious to me, because that man shouldn't have his finger near the button for one more day, except for the fact that Garland is covering it up.
So Rudy, look, I feel like, I love that you just admitted something. You don't realize you admitted something, but releasing her Biden testimony, obviously Republicans wanted to use it for campaigning purposes. If her says that, leave him alone, he's old, feeble, all of that. That gave you guys a clue that this is going to be damning video that you guys could use to campaign against him. What I'm trying to say is take the win. Take the win. Like Biden's losing.
I don't think you're going to believe this when I tell you this. I don't look at everything for campaign purposes. You see the face? See the face?
Rudy.
I actually worry about my country.
I worry about my country too.
And I really have.
But I don't think Republicans wanted to release.
I think Republicans, I had this conversation. I think Republicans want Biden to be on the ticket.
Of course they do.
I don't.
Yes. But they wanted to use the testimony for their campaigning against Biden because of the fact that
her testimony.
My main reason, I would like to use it for both. I'd like to use it, number one, to get him out of the presidency. And then if we can't get him out of the presidency, to defeat him. But the man, we're getting toward the end now, but the man shouldn't be president. He does damage. A person with that disease, which is an extraordinarily serious disease.
Which disease?
Dementia. Mm-hmm. I mean, I have no doubt he has dementia. I did a podcast 4 years ago with 2 doctors who looked at 10 years of his videos. One of them said he had one came to a more serious conclusion than the other. And they pointed out things that then you could see. For example, they would say he has a condition that indicates very serious dementia. He lost a short-term memory, but not everybody has immediate short-term memory loss. He forgets what he's saying in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah. So look, we don't need the 10 doctors. We all agree.
We all agree. Yeah.
You shouldn't be president if you forget what you're saying in the middle of a sentence.
Right. I also think you shouldn't be president if you're crazy, and I think Donald Trump's a little bit crazy. And you're saying, well, he's crazy, but we're using it for strategy to threaten to other countries and stuff. But I'm a little unnerved that he actually is crazy.
It was crazy also, but the idea that you convince your adversary that you're very tough and maybe unpredictable is a very, very valuable thing to protect your country.
Unless you're actually crazy. That's the problem.
I know him for, 35 to 40 years. He is not actually crazy. He's actually a very nice man.
Well, he's nice to you. He's nice to people he likes. He's not so nice to people he's calling criminals and rapists and on and on and on, right? And people from other races and genders, etc.
Let's talk about Trump's niceness real quick, because those surrounding Trump have faced legal issues. It's funny because he's the luckiest man on the planet, because he somehow miraculously skirts any responsibility for the same cases and the same issues that those surrounding him have literally served time in prison for. You yourself have been found guilty of defamation.
Not prison, though, thank God.
Not prison.
Who knows? They want to put me in jail for the rest of my life.
Well, I mean, look, you now have this legal obligation to pay the 2 election workers out of Georgia that you were found.
It's determined on appeal.
So you are going to appeal it?
Oh, damn
Is
right
that why you came out of bankruptcy?
Bankruptcy court wouldn't let me appeal it until I did things that they wanted me to do. And I said, you don't have a right to prevent my appeal. I believe, I can't talk about it very much, but I believe that was probably one of the most unjust proceedings in a court that ever existed. It would have made the case that Mershon conducted for Trump look fair. I wasn't allowed, I wouldn't even go through it. I wasn't allowed to testify. I wasn't allowed to give a defense. I was never actually given a trial. The judge found me liable because of my tardiness in discovery, and she decided I was covering up things.
It was a summary judgment, finding you guilty of defamation.
Not summary judgment based on anything I did. Summary judgment based on discovery, on my misconduct in discovery. Not that there was evidence that what I said was not true. I was not allowed.
Why were you cooperating in discovery, though?
I was cooperating. I was dealing with thousands and thousands of requests. Those ladies are represented by a Wall Street law firm. The Wall Street law firm has been paid $4 or $5 million. The chief lawyer is a former law partner of Hunter Biden. It's a completely.
But Rudy, you said you were going to testify and you didn't. So why didn't you testify?
Oh, because she told me if I told the same story that I've been telling, she'd hold me in contempt. And she has put more J6 people in jail for more time than anyone else. She's the chief judge who called in the judges of the district when they were originally doing the J6 cases and said, the sentences aren't high enough. She's bloodthirsty.
All right, so Mayor, it does get to the ultimate issue.
It's ridiculous to have a jury trial in the District of Columbia. 100 J6 people have had jury trials. Not a single person has been acquitted. That's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, that's the jurisdiction. That's the jurisdiction that the crime happened. I mean, where do you want them to hold it? In Alabama?
The jury, they really are not juries of your peers. They're juries who have made up their minds before they walk into the court.
Okay,
they hear J6, they hear Giuliani say $145 million. These women shouldn't get $145 million. That's ridiculous.
So, Rudy,
and that gets the tape that I would use to defend myself has been doctored. 3 hours have been taken out of a 12-hour tape of the most relevant parts of it.
So that's your claim, but
I know it's my claim. Yeah, those are good claims.
Okay, Mayor Giuliani.
I'm not going to give those up.
Last thing, it connects all.
The case should be reversed.
So you say that case was wrong, that judge was wrong, that jury was wrong, all the J6, the judge is wrong, the jury is wrong. 61 times you guys went to court.
I did
Trump
not
and Trump. No, not you.
One time.
Trump and Trump allies went to court 61 times after the election to prove fraud. You guys said it would be easy to prove. You guys had all the evidence. But in all those cases, there was no evidence presented. So isn't that a massive problem when you say, and I mean, it's a big charge, a giant charge that an American election has been stolen. And then you don't present any evidence. And that includes Trump appointed judges, some of the most conservative judges in the country. And they all said you didn't present any evidence.
I stopped presenting evidence after the first case because I didn't trust the courts.
Come on, Rudy, come on. Doesn't that, to the average person, doesn't that seem a little unbelievable?
No, not if you live in New York, Philadelphia, Atlanta. You think you got an honest court system in New York and Philadelphia? You really do?
But why would you then, why are they?
Any of our judicial system should not be trusted.
I didn't say the whole judicial system. The Democrats were very.
Just whenever you guys go through.
No, they did something very smart. They cheated in corrupt Democrat jurisdictions. They didn't cheat in a neutral place. They cheated in Philadelphia, one of the most corrupt Democratic cities in the country. They cheated in Atlanta, which is probably one of the most corrupt cities ever. Every other mayor.
But Mayor, it's run by Republicans. Georgia, Raffensperger. You've got the Republican governor.
Republican and Raffensperger has an awful lot of problems of his own, including doctoring my tape, including having gotten 4 days after the election a report telling him about the serious problems in the election, which he concealed until it was discovered on an FOIA request 2.5 years later. He now has 375,000 paper ballots missing. And finally, his pal, the governor, has removed him from the election commission. And
But
the
Rudy, do you
governor
see
has
that
said,
now?
the lieutenant governor has said 3 years too late. Ratzenberger has never conducted a good election for us.
But do you see now all the Republican politicians in Arizona, in Wisconsin legislature, in Georgia, all the Republican judges appointed by Trump, appointed by Reagan, Bush, etc. All of them rule against you guys.
No.
All of them say that you don't have the evidence.
Wisconsin.
So, and you're saying they're all biased. Why would they all be biased against you?
The Wisconsin court ruled 3-4 against us. 3 of them thought we had a valid case that Trump had won Wisconsin. They were the 3 Republicans. 4 Democrats voted against us. The Pennsylvania court, everyone who voted against us was a Democrat. And do you know the principle they used to vote against us? So we had 700,000 to 800,000 examples of times that ballots were counted without a Republican being allowed to be present. The court said that because they were in the room, even though they could be 100 or 200 yards away, they were present. That's an absurd, intellectually dishonest decision.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Only given by corrupt Democratic judges.
Let me ask you a question.
No, Trump-appointed judges all ruled against you.
Yes.
That was a case in the state court, and they were all Democrats, appointed by Democrats.
Okay,
there are Trump
one
judges,
case.
There are Trump. That's the biggest case. We were winning by 800,000 votes when they stopped. How about this,
Rudy?
On election night, we were winning in every state that we eventually lost, all 5.
You know the votes come in later, Rudy.
Okay.
You know that.
All 5 times?
Yeah, because the vote by mail, because you guys chose not to do vote by mail, which was a terrible idea.
You make up 800,000 votes?
Yeah, vote by mail across 330 million people.
I had witnesses, mathematicians willing to testify.
Why didn't you have them testify?
Because they wouldn't allow me to.
Okay, I have another question.
Don't you know what the decision was in Philadelphia? I wasn't allowed to have a preliminary hearing. I wasn't allowed to present a witness. I'm going to tell you why. Because the courts didn't want to get involved. They didn't want to get involved in this dirty.
No, but in that case that you were in, the judge asked you, "Do you have any evidence?" And you said no.
I didn't say that. I didn't say no.
You did.
No. This is the press.
We have a direct quote.
You don't understand what happened. I had to argue a complaint that I was trying to substitute our complaint for that alleged fraud that didn't allege fraud. And he asked me in the complaint that was before him, was there an allegation of fraud? I said no. Now, if you go on, you will hear me say, but we want to substitute a complaint that we've now had time to prepare because our lawyer in that case had to leave because he was threatened with being fired by his law firm, and the judge refused to substitute us. It's just like what they did to me on January 6th. On January 6th, I said we should have trial by combat.
Oh my God.
Oh, terrible, right? Now, if you look at my quote, I said, I would love to have our people and their people have a trial by combat over which machine works. And if their machine actually can't be penetrated by the internet and you can't change the vote, then I'll apologize. And if we can show that their machine does, then they're going to have to go to jail.
But let me just start by saying, hold on.
Let me finish. This is really important because CNN still continues to do this. So Thompson and the J6 committee sued me, Trump Jr. separately. And the judge, who was an Obama appointee in the District of Columbia, wrote an opinion saying that had been horribly taken out of context, that there's nothing that I said that would provoke violence. In fact, the rest of my speech was about legal matters and being peaceful, and that it was not a plausible charge, and dismissed the case. Nobody reports that. The case against me for having anything to do with January 6th, which I had nothing to do with. I didn't even know it happened until after it happened, was thrown out unceremoniously by an Obama judge. Thank God we found one.
Question for you, 2 questions. Let me ask them both and then you can answer them both.
Sure.
And then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, number 1, why did Kenneth Chesebro refer to the fake electors as fake electors in communications about the fake electors?
Because he's stupid.
Okay.
I mean, the fact is they weren't fake electors. They were from my point of view, they were alternate electors. I always saw them, and they were always presented to me as if the state legislature decides in December that the vote should be changed from Biden to Trump, then we have electors that can be substituted for them. If you didn't have electors, if you had named electors by the 14th of December or whatever it was, then Biden would have been deprived of those votes, but we wouldn't have gotten them. And this was based on legal research that was done in 1960 when Nixon and Kennedy disputed Hawaii. And Hawaii wasn't decided until December. I picked December 30th because Hawaii was decided on December 30th. And they substituted Kennedy's alternate electors for Nixon's.
Okay.
Had Kennedy not had those electors, that would have been a no vote. And just to get a little more complicated, the majority is based on how many votes. So you would lose a little in terms of mathematics if you didn't have electors ready. That's the reason we did it.
Fine.
Honestly, we're not crooks. I got to tell you that.
Then why did you have fake electors in New Mexico where you guys had no pending litigation arguing that there was election fraud in that state?
I don't know why we did in New Mexico, because I never thought we had a chance in New Mexico. So I don't know. I can't tell you why.
I mean, you guys didn't go to court about that state.
I don't know why. I don't know why we did electors in New Mexico.
Okay, last point of clarification on this.
It doesn't make sense that we did that.
But Rudy, you see that people think it does make sense if you're trying to steal an election. And so that's why, look, when you say that there's alternate electors, but Trump had a slate of electors. So you could use your slate of electors if you actually won the election. Why did you guys go to not your slate of electors, but to fake or what you would call alternate electors?
Because some of them were the same, some were different because they were gone. They had to re-sign up.
But a lot of them wouldn't sign up because they said this is cheating and stealing the election.
I didn't do the signing up, so I can't, and don't hold me to this. But I think it was about half and half. I think.
So half of your own Trump electors say, this is cheating. We're not going to do this.
But it wasn't cheating. They only would have been electors if they had been selected by the court or by the legislature, which was the more likely possibility. The Constitution of the United States, Section 2, Article 2, Section 2 says the state legislature is in charge of presidential elections. The Supreme Court has said they have plenary power. Even if they delegate their power to the Secretary of State, they can take it back anytime they want, particularly if there's a problem.
I know, but that's the problem. That's what you guys were going to use to steal the election when you didn't actually win. You didn't win the votes. So you're saying, hey, we couldn't even use our own electors because half of them wouldn't go for this scam. So then we went, but we could have gone to the states, and even though we didn't have the votes, so we could have just used our plenary power.
The woman who
that's exactly the problem.
Who testified for me in Detroit, an Indian woman who broke down crying, who said she was trained by the Democratic Party to take phony ballots and attach registrations to it of people that were dead, of people that had moved out.
Did you guys have her testify? And in some of the
she testified before the legislature of Michigan. It's on record.
How about in the 61 cases you guys lost?
Hear the testimony. The judge dismissed it before we could have a preliminary hearing. And I have to tell you, I've practiced law for about 50 years. Never had a judge turn down witnesses. They didn't want to hear the witnesses because the minute those witnesses were heard,
Trump-appointed judges.
Yeah, even Trump-appointed judges didn't want to see the evidence.
The real reason, Rudy, is because they're like, one person is not wide-scale fraud that you guys claim affected 5 different states. And just putting up a rando who says, well, I didn't have a good experience. That's not real evidence. That's
Rudy, what about your legacy, Rudy? Like you cleaned up New York, Rudy.
And I fought the good fight in an election that was completely dishonest. It was a completely dishonest election carried out by a party that specializes in election fraud in New York, in Philadelphia, in Chicago.
You got elected mayor in New York.
And I had, first time I got elected, I was faced with 50,000 fraudulent votes. Second time, 20,000. I was able to overcome 20,000. I spent $1 million on voter integrity when I ran for mayor. The only reason I didn't go to court is because you can't win in New York in front of a Democratic judge.
Why?
Do you understand that the judges in New York are vassals of the Democratic leader? They're not elected. Judge Enger, he's been elected 3 times. Never had an opponent. Where does that happen?
That happens all over the country.
Yeah, it happens in red states all the time.
It happens when a party has complete control.
Like in red states and in blue states, yeah.
Well, then I'll go fix the red states. I put about an equal number of Republicans in jail as Democrats. But you're not going to tell me our court system in New York at the state Supreme Court level is honest in political cases. I was taught in law school that you can't contest a political case in a New York City court, because one thing they have to promise to the district leader who appoints them is party case, they go for the party. Mm-hmm. Now, some of them promise a lot more than that, and I put some of them in jail. I mean, I remember I put most of Koch's administration in jail. Taking money for judgeships was a big part of that. The court system in New York is corrupt as hell, and it's run by the 5 district leaders. The guy running that case is a district leader. They used to be, and you guys would be part of it. There used to be a Reform Democratic movement in New York.
Yeah, that's right.
Ed Koch was part of the Reform Democratic.
Yeah.
The Liberal Party and the Reform Democratic movement were created to fix the corruption in the court system and in the political system in New York 70 years ago.
Right, but New York's not a swing state. So, Rudy, I appreciate you coming on.
In their local elections, they cheat, and they cheat among Democrats.
Mm-hmm. So I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you being a good sport. Mm-hmm. And
a good sport. I think this was a valuable thing to hear your arguments and you hear my arguments.
There you go. It's called America.
Gosh almighty, if we could return to that, I think we'd solve so many of these problems.
Rudy Giuliani, everybody, made the case for himself, made the case for Donald Trump. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I really admire the way you handle it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
But I really admire it.
We got more when we come back.
I'm wearing one of our pieces of merchandise. So the funny thing about the Dragon Squad, and that's what our viewers call themselves. That's the name of the group, but every individual chooses their own name. You might have Cincinnati Dragon. You might have Harry Potter Dragon. We have a Grandma Sunshine Dragon is one of those that I remember. These are people that like to have an element of themselves, their lives, what's significant to them reflected as a part of the community. But the concept of the Dragon Squad is just something I threw away as a joke. I was mocking the Proud Boys, these like right-wing groups that come up with a name for themselves that they think is cool, but it's actually really lame. And I thought, off the top of my head, I can come up with something that's still kind of lame, but much cooler. And so I threw out Dragon Squad, and I just moved on with my life. But everybody liked it, and so they kept it going, and so we've embraced it. And I think again, this was during the period of the pandemic. I think it was sort of nice to have a renewed sense of community, a feeling that you're a part of something when everything seems so chaotic. And as a result of that, we've got independent artists online streaming, making beautiful digital art of dragons. We've got, we've released a number of pieces of merchandise that people love sending us photos of them. And then, by the way, for me personally, people send me, like you can probably see in the background, like a knitted dragon someone sent me. There's a dragon book they sent me, dragon board games they send me. People have done like custom ironworks, making dragon bottle openers. Like the fans are super invested in diamond art and things like that. And so it's great that they send this stuff. Sometime we're gonna have to set up a wall of all of it. But yeah, it's definitely brought the community a lot closer together. The fact that we were no longer in this big studio, I felt a lot more personally attached to people. It felt very immediate. And I know that I personally needed the connection.
back on the Young Turks RNC coverage here. Well, we've had an interesting day, isn't it? Mike Lindell and Rudy Giuliani stopping by. So John Iadarola, of course, joins me again from Damage Report, and a lot of you as well. We appreciate Laura Elizabeth, Matt, Adam McGee, and Prague Dragon, who just joined by hitting the join button below, and Stephen Blakesley with a super chat that said, "How are Cenk and Anna staying that calm?" Okay, we did throughout the entire proceedings. The only time I got excited the whole day or agitated was when Piers Morgan was, having a Republican on Corey Mills to insinuate that Biden had Trump assassinated or attempted assassination.
Don't you think that it was odd?
It's so odd that they would be that negligent. No, and then the guy interrupted the camera, etc. You get it. But we do have a lot more speeches coming up. So this is a doozy. Nikki Haley was not supposed to speak at this convention, but after the shooting, she decided to come, and they decided to give her a slot to speak. So this is supposed to be about Republican healing. Let's watch Nikki Haley. Fun, colorful dress. God bless, looks good. Okay, she's pausing, presumably for applause, although people were concerned that she was going to get booed. Hard to pick up ambient sound in a situation like this, but a lot of Republicans were nervous about her being booed.
My fellow Republicans, President Trump asked me to speak to this convention in the name of unity.
You might be saying that because they will be. We can't tell here, right? Because ironically,
we see some clapping happening.
It was a gracious invitation, and I was happy to accept. I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
Okay. So before, when she wasn't sure that Donald Trump was going to win, he did not have her endorsement, let alone strong endorsement. Now that she thinks that Donald Trump's going to win, very strong endorsement. Plus, of course, the assassination attempt changes.
Our country is at a critical moment. We have a choice to make. For more than a year, I said a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for President Kamala Harris. After seeing the debate, everyone knows it's true. If we have 4 more years of Biden or a single day of Harris, our country will be badly worse off. For the sake of our nation, we have to go with Donald Trump.
That's not that compelling an argument. You just stated their names and said, obviously it can't be them. Why? Let's actually make the rest of the case.
But there's more to it than that. We should acknowledge that there are some Americans who don't agree with Donald Trump 100% of the time. I happen to know some of them. And I want to speak to them tonight.
So this is the anti-Ted Cruz speech, because Ted Cruz in 2016 refused to endorse him. And here she's going to try to convince her followers
You
to
don't
go with
have
Trump.
to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him. Take it from me, I haven't always agreed with President Trump. But we agree more often than we disagree.
Yeah, but when you cut out the applause.
We agree on keeping America strong.
Yeah, you're right, 3-year-old.
We agree on keeping America safe.
Ooh. She sounds like Jill Biden talking to Joe
And we
Biden.
agree that Democrats have moved so far to the left that they're putting our freedoms in danger.
Well, nice of you to agree on that.
I'm
Within
here
your own
tonight
party.
because we have a country to save. And a unified Republican Party is essential for saving her.
So this is her trying to save her career within the Republican Party, especially if she didn't endorse strongly Trump after the assassination attempt. She would never, ever, ever be forgiven. So this is her trying to mend fences. It won't work with Trump. Her hope is that it works after Trump.
For those who have some doubts about President Trump,
Going forward.
I want to tell you a few things about the commander-in-chief I know and worked with. As ambassador to the United Nations, I had a front row seat to his national security policies. We sure could use those again.
Not what you were saying during the primary.
Yeah, no, I think this is good to do, but
Think about
you came out of the experience of working for him
when
thinking
Barack
that
Obama
you should
was
replace him as
president,
commander-in-chief.
Vladimir Putin invaded Crimea. With Joe Biden as president, Putin invaded all of Ukraine. But when Donald Trump was president, Putin did nothing. No invasions.
Well, as we just talked
No
to Rudy
invasions,
Giuliani,
no
that's
wars.
because they thought maybe
That was no
Trump might
accident.
be crazy enough to start World War
Didn't
III.
attack Ukraine because he knew Donald Trump was tough. A strong,
What does tough mean? Tough
a
means that
strong
he would start
president
World War
doesn't
III.
start wars. A strong president prevents wars.
That strong president continued wars. It's weird logically to say that obviously he wouldn't invade because he'd be so scared of our counterattack when Trump right now is saying we will not do anything to save Ukraine.
Yeah,
We will literally pull out
perfectly
we will not fund
irrational.
them.
Yes.
Then look at the Middle East. Every problem in that part of the world can be laid at the feet of Iran. The dictators who chant death to America are the bankrollers and weapons suppliers for Hamas and Hezbollah. They're behind the barbaric massacres and the hostage taking. Once again, compare Trump and Biden. Trump got us out of the insane Iran nuclear deal. He imposed the toughest sanctions ever on Iran. And he eliminated the arch terrorist Qasem Soleimani.
Which threatened a much bigger war.
I love that she paused to make sure that she got it right.
Iran was too weak
Probably best to do that.
to start any wars. They knew Trump meant business and they were afraid. And then there's Joe Biden. He lifted the sanctions. He begged them to get back into the nuclear deal. He surrendered in Afghanistan. He sent every possible sign of weakness. Even now, while Hamas is still holding Americans hostage, Biden is pressuring Israel instead of the terrorists.
Okay, Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan and is bragging that he's the one that actually got us out of Afghanistan by signing the deal. So
Donald Trump
which one is it?
clear about who is our friend and who is our
Biden
enemy.
putting so much pressure on Israel. That's what's happened over the 6 months or so.
He's put no pressure on Israel. This is just a typical alternate reality
Then look at
speech.
the border.
If you bury
It's
someone
the
in cash,
single
that will
biggest
provide some
face-
pressure.
It's the single biggest threat Americans face. Under Joe Biden, migrants are coming into our country by the thousands every day. We have no idea who they are, where they end up, or what they plan to do. And let me remind you, Kamala had one job, and that was to fix the border. Now imagine her in charge of the entire country.
Indian on Indian crime.
Under Donald Trump, we didn't have the border disaster we have today, and we won't when he is president again.
By the way, tons of people came in during Donald Trump. Millions of undocumented immigrants. More under Biden, definitely more under Biden. But now it's fallen to the Trump level again. They make it sound like nobody came in during Trump.
And I'll tell you something you won't hear from the critics. He appreciated advice and input. Americans were well served by his presidency, even if they didn't agree with him on all things. Now, to my fellow Republicans, we must not only be a unified party, we must also expand our party.
Yeah, that's why you're going with Trump. It's not the best way to expand the party.
And JD Vance.
We are stronger when we welcome people into our party who have different backgrounds and experiences. And right now, we need to be strong to save America. This is a defining moment, not only for our party, but for our country.
The main aspect of this is that she seems to be implying that they shouldn't buy other people, but she's sort of making the case that her and her followers should be allowed in.
Keep up with prices. Young people are being indoctrinated to think our country is racist and evil. The Jewish community is facing an obscene rise in anti-Semitism.
I'm sure she's going to get to the Muslim community
are
any
trapped in
second.
communities devastated by crime.
Oh, I don't know if there's been a
Our
single
foreign
acknowledgement of
enemies
deaths
win
in Gaza in
when
literally
they
any
see
speeches.
Americans.
Let alone Muslim Americans.
Yeah, why would there be?
They see that today, whether it's on college campuses or in a field in Butler, Pennsylvania.
You see how she's trying to connect the college campus peace protests with an assassin.
But we
With a
can
Republican
conquer those
conservative
fears
assassin.
with
Yeah.
strength
Yeah.
and unity. No president
allegedly
can
had
fix
MAGA
all of our
signs in his
problems
yard.
alone. We have to do this together. America has an amazing ability to self-correct. In this moment, we have a chance to put aside our differences and focus on what unites us and strengthens our country.
Well, how does Donald Trump unite the country? He's like the most divisive person we've had in politics ever.
Party.
I think
Let
they're
us
all
come
honestly
together as a
hoping that
people,
somehow
as one
that's what will come out of the
country,
shooting.
strong and proud.
I don't think he can sustain
Let
it.
us show our children and the
Already
world
he's wildly attacking Biden on
even
Truth Social.
on
I saw,
our
yeah.
worst day, we
'Cause
are
that's who he is.
blessed to live in America. God bless you. Thank you. God bless the United States of America.
I'm not sure that that was such a great case for her version of Republicans to support Donald Trump. Like, what did she say there that if you're a so-called moderate Republican or a Romney Republican, where you walk away from that speech going, oh no, Trump's not so bad. Okay, I'm good with him.
I mean, it was a lot of like if the idea is that they might just sit it out because like I don't like him and I don't like Biden, she tried to convince them that there was some upside to Trump, I guess. She wasn't really selling him passionately, but she was contrasting the periods. I think that was something. Yeah, I don't. It was an okay speech. I don't think her heart is super in it. It is fundamentally difficult to make the case that you should go with someone that you apparently didn't think should be president again, which is why you ran against him. That's just sort of baked into this.
So when I took the break, did you guys cover Vivek's speech?
We did, yeah.
Yeah, I watched most of that as I was quickly eating dinner so I can get back here. And I thought he had one of the better speeches. I don't mean in terms of truthfulness or accuracy. I mean, in terms of rhetorical style and appealing to, and that's what he's good at, like rah, rah, America, right? And so, and I'm trying to compare apples to apples. So, because we're not going to agree with any of these speeches, but I think Vivek gave a better speech than Nikki Haley did.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was, as I said with Anna, it was very vague. It was super light on the like some of the speeches coming out are like inflation was this high then and now it's this high, and they generally have numbers that are outdated by like a year or two, and they'll get into all the specifics and here are the policy. He didn't do any, like there was no discussion of specific policy. It was just touching on the hot button points, not grounding it as politicians so often do with even an anecdote, let alone like here's a bill that we passed to deal with this thing. It's just talking about them. And the entire thing was framed and delivered with a deconstruction of Barack Obama's 2004 speech. He even, like at one point, almost directly did it's not about red states and blue states, it's the United States of America. He did a version of that in that speech, and he was definitely channeling it in his actual performance.
Yeah, that's such a great point that you guys made, because with him, I always feel like he's trying to be a Republican Obama.
100%.
And not really pulling it off, because he seems like an imitation.
Yeah. And I also think that, look, during his primary run, there was a lot of really explicit wild conspiracism from him. That was one of the ways that he tried to stand out, was embracing every random online conspiracy that he could find. He kept his speech free of that, which I think is good. Remember, this is not just to boost Trump, this is to clean the image of the party. And that's why they're shaving all of the edges off of like Project 2025 and their platform. They're not focusing on that stuff. They're not talking about, notice there's no QAnon around here anymore. Partially that's because it's been absorbed into the party, but also they realize that they need to do a better job of managing their image. And I think that he kept out some of the wacky theories that had been sort of hallmarks of his public addresses.
Yeah, but my favorite part of his speech was when he's like, and he's addressing Black Americans, and he's like, "We are the party for you," and they go to the crowd, walls of white people, nothing but white people.
Well, there's room for them, and I love when he pointed out like that. If you want to be the rebel, like be a conservative on campus, get married, have a kid. Every at home, all the Democrats are like, "No kids, boo marriage." Like, I messed up. I accidentally got married and had a kid. I have no cred anymore on the left.
Yeah, and so by the way, can we just note for a second how South Asians have taken over politics in America? The vice president is South Asian. Nikki Haley's South Asian. Vivek Ramaswamy's South Asian. JD Vance's wife is South Asian and also not Christian, which is causing a little bit of consternation with Republicans.
Although, I guess for her cred, she encouraged him on the Christian path that he's on now. He apparently hadn't been particularly religious, and she put him down that path. So she's to blame, I think, for how wildly radically Christian he is right now.
Yeah, theoretically, I don't believe that.
That's what the cover story is. That's what she.
That's the cover story. I'm not a Christian, but I made him a Christian. Really? Then why don't you become a Christian? If that's so great.
Look, I think she's saying like, I pursue my spiritual path. He wasn't super committed to it. I encouraged him in spiritual. I don't know.
Yeah, JD Vance.
I'm trying to be fair.
I know. Also, Trump was America's Hitler, but now he's America's savior. Sure, whatever you say, JD. Okay, let's go to next speech, which is Ron DeSantis. Let's see if he's still wearing those stilts and if he's gotten any better with the head bob. Pan down, let's see the boots.
My fellow Republican, let's send Joe Biden back to his basement and let's send Donald Trump back to the White House.
Well, that's a yelling stuff. This is their first line. Yeah, he did not.
Life was more affordable when Donald Trump was president. Our border was safer under the Trump administration, and our country was respected when Donald Trump was our commander-in-chief. Joe Biden has failed this nation. As a veteran, I was appalled when 13 of our service members were killed in Afghanistan due to Joe Biden's dereliction of duty. As a citizen, as a husband, and as a father, I am alarmed that the current president of the United States lacks the capability to discharge the duties of his office. Our enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need a commander-in-chief who can lead 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. America cannot afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency.
Everything is a little out of control. That's an okay line.
Yeah, I mean, that's a line I've been expecting all week.
Let's be honest here. Biden is just a figurehead.
Really?
He's a tool for imposing a leftist agenda on the American people. They support open borders, allowing millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into our country and to burden our communities But just don't send any to Martha's Vineyard, then they get really upset.
Actually, they didn't. Martha's Vineyard handled them brilliantly, and that was really the issue. Is actually when Abbott sent them to Chicago and New York and other places.
Progressive prosecutors across our nation who care more about coddling criminals than about protecting their own communities. They use the unelected bureaucracy to impose their will on us without our consent, and they weaponize political power to target their political opponents like they've done to our own nominee. They want to ban gas automobiles, eliminate Second Amendment rights, and impose gender ideology on everyone from our infantrymen to kindergartners.
Actually, you're imposing gender ideology. They're just whatever gender they are. You're the ones saying that they can only be a certain gender.
Which really means division, exclusion, and indoctrination, and it is wrong.
So the good line here was Biden's a figurehead. So who's really in charge? And Biden's setting himself up for them. That's disastrous.
Proof of a COVID vaccine to go to a restaurant, but they oppose requiring proof of citizenship to cast a vote.
If he mix anymore, I don't know if my
they can't even define what a woman is. Now, Donald Trump stands in their way, and he stands up for America. Donald Trump has been demonized. He's been sued. He's been prosecuted, and he nearly lost his life. We cannot let him down, and we cannot let America down.
For a second, I thought he was going to say he nearly lost the primary. Now it was going to be like, whoa, big boy, whoa. Didn't come close.
It is the values of this Republican Party that reflect our nation's founding principles. We believe schools should educate, not indoctrinate. We stand for parents' rights, including universal school choice. We support law and order, not rioting and disorder. We seek a strong, focused United States military, not one distracted by a social agenda. We reject entrenched political class, and we demand term limits for members of Congress.
You cannot control how much is leaking. Like, it is really out of control.
We stand for fiscal sanity, for low taxes, and for reduced debt. We seek to reclaim the constitutional government as envisioned by our founding fathers by bringing the administrative state to heel once and for all.
You mean the guy who said that we should suspend the Constitution is the one that's protecting the Constitution? Seems ironic.
And that photo ID should be required before casting a ballot.
Yeah, that would eliminate 25% of African American voters.
We stand for strong borders and believe that our nation must have a shared civic culture. And we oppose any immigration that stands apart or in contrast to our American values. We believe in the principles articulated in the Declaration of Independence that our rights come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of the Almighty, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
In the pursuit of cold, hard cash or campaign donors.
Now, none of this is easy, but it can be done. For decades, my home state saw elections determined by razor-thin margins. Today, due to bold leadership, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. The left is in retreat. Freedom reigns supreme. The woke mind virus is dead, and Florida is a solid Republican state.
So he's still awkward. He has no charisma whatsoever.
He's still going back to the woke mind virus. Didn't work for him in the campaign.
Now, electing Donald Trump gives us the chance to do this all across America. And we have a responsibility to step up and make it happen. We have a responsibility to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. This was a fire that burned in Independence Hall in 1776 when 56 men pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to establish this nation. It's a fire that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, when our nation's first Republican president pledged this nation to a new birth of freedom. It's a fire that burned at the foot of the Berlin Wall in 1987, when our nation's 40th president stood in front of that wall and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall."
It's the same fire we burnt the Constitution over when we were trying to steal the election in 2020.
This is not a responsibility we should
Flame on the
fear.
flaming pile of
It's a
duty in Nancy Pelosi's
responsibility we
office
should
as we
welcome.
refuse to accept we lost.
After all, if not us, who? And if not now, when? Let's make the 45th president of the United States the 47th president of the United States.
Oh, that's smart. That evil smart.
Let's elect
That when he's-
Republicans up and down the ballot, and let's heed the call of our party's nominee to fight, fight, fight for these United States. Thank you. God bless you. Let's win in November. Thank you so much.
You know what's interesting? I'm not sure he ever said Donald Trump. That last use of ARC nominee was curious.
There was an earlier R nominee as well.
Yeah, most of the speeches go Donald J. Trump, right? And DeSantis, I don't think ever mentioned Trump. Isn't that funny?
Maybe that like he knows he has to do this, and he's made this bargain with himself. I just don't say his name. I haven't truly given in.
Yeah, then
that's what it is.
Yeah, then Voldemort and Beetlejuice won't appear, and I'll be okay. I don't know if he's doing that to save himself for some potential Trump problem down the road. And hey, I never said, there's no tape of me going, Donald J. Trump is the greatest person on earth. I think it's more likely that he just couldn't swallow saying it.
I think so.
Yeah. And the good reason why is because then you look at Trump and he's smiling there like he's what's the cat that ate the mouse? You know, like, I don't know, there's some allegory then there's some literary reference that's escaping me now, but he's sitting there like, what happened now, Ron?
Yeah.
You thought you'd running this? Go ahead, Ron.
The metaphor I'd go with is when Jabba fishes a reptile out of a jar and eats that. It had that kind of vibe, I think. Ron DeSantis is a goober through and through. He has absolutely no charisma. He knows some of the lines, he's good with the narrative, and when they have absolute control to do literally anything they want in Florida without having to worry about how it devastates their own population, including like tens of thousands of needlessly lost lives due to the pandemic, he can get what he wants, and they like that. He focuses constantly on triggering the left, but I think that when he actually has to compare himself to another Republican, he just always comes up short.
Yeah, and so be curious what happens in 2028, but all these guys have to be super bitter right now because now JD Vance is in the driver's seat for 2028. I mean, if there is a 2028 and we're still going, and JD Vance is going to have such a gigantic lead over the Ron DeSantis of the world that I don't know that he can mount a comeback.
That is always the idea when you get picked as the VP. It has almost never worked out that way. I mean, it did work out eventually for Joe Biden, although not instantly for Joe Biden. But very, like Mike Pence maybe thought that. It didn't work out for Gore. Obviously, there was some contextual stuff there. But,
Gore would have won. George H.W. Bush did win.
Yeah, okay. I'm not saying it's a bad position to be in. If you can take it, I think you take it. But I don't know if it automatically clinches it for him. He could end up being saddled with, if there's stuff that's bad that happens during that term, then he could potentially be saddled with that coming out of it.
Oh, and by the way, you could also have Trump at some point say, I'm very disappointed in my vice president. Very, very disappointed, right?
I think JD Vance is more savvy in trying to avoid that. He said that he wouldn't certify the election if he had been Cruz, if he had been Pence. So he wouldn't have had the mob chanting to kill him because he would have just given in with the coup.
Yeah. All right. Now, you mentioned rodents earlier, and we now have Ted Cruz. So let's watch Senator Cruz's speech here. Presumably this time he'll actually endorse him, unlike 2016.
But will he say his name?
Oh, Plexi back from Cancun. Oh, look at people enthusiastically applauding. Oh, that's Texas. That's wrong. And even so. They know me better.
God bless Donald J. Trump.
He looked at how
he likes Ted Cruz more.
He
Let me
does, yeah.
start by giving thanks to God Almighty for protecting President Trump.
Some gaps in that protection.
And for turning his head on Saturday as the shot was fired.
Okay.
Together we lift up in prayer all of our leaders for protection. And our prayers are in particular with the family of Fire Chief Corey Comparatore and the others injured on Saturday.
So, according to your logic, why didn't God protect him?
I know.
Never before has an election mattered so much. We are facing an invasion on our southern border. Not figuratively, a literal invasion.
No, I'm sure it's not literal. It's not literal. That's not what that
11.5
word
million
means.
people have crossed our border illegally under Joe Biden.
You're not going to be able to unsee this. When he opens his mouth, his chin goes bald.
18,000 souls.
Also, yeah, 11.5
Now
correct, if you only count those who come across one way and not those who routinely cross and then go back and then cross and then go back on a daily or weekly basis. Incredibly
That
common.
is 11.5 million people, larger than all but 8 states in the nation.
He has a weird chin.
But the numbers
it's not 11.5
don't
million
show us the true price that our country is paying. Every day, Americans are dying. Murdered, assaulted, raped by
I
illegal
can't stop looking at his chin.
that the
like it. It's
Democrats
weird.
have released.
It
Teenage
looks like a
girls
top-down view of a bald man.
and boys
His chin.
wearing
It
colored
looks like the largest
wristbands are
pimple in the
being
world.
sold
It's very
into
shiny.
a life of
It's a
sex
shiny chin.
slavery.
Now we're
This
on to
is
sex
evil,
slavery. And is that Joe Biden too?
And
Today
it
there's
is
been less
happening
pedophilia talk than on
every
day one.
damn day. Think of Kate Steinle. She was 32, walking with her father on a San Francisco pier when a bullet tore through her heart. The man who fired that gun, he'd been deported 5 times. Every damn day. Think of Laken Riley. Just 22 years old, a nursing student with dreams of healing others. She went for a jog and never came home. Her life taken by someone who should have never been here. Every damn day. Or Rachel Marin, a beautiful mother of 5, raped and murdered in suburban Maryland by an illegal immigrant the Democrats released.
There's something particularly grotesque in trying to lay every single act of violence that occurs in a country of more than 300 million people on the president. It's a game that literally any party can play against the incumbent. Donald Trump, how many murders happened in America under Donald Trump? Including by migrants, by the way, if you wanted to play that game.
2 men who were supposed to be detained and monitored, but instead released and allowed to roam free.
What happened to turning down the rhetoric?
Damn
100%. I mean,
day.
Yeah.
These aren't just
because of Biden, all these people are dead.
People killed. Every damn day, people die specifically because
there
of
are
Joe
daughters,
Biden.
our sisters, our friends.
They're
The
raping
families
and killing our women.
Don't care about the empty numbers. They care about the empty chairs at the dinner table. About the voices they'll never hear again.
We lost a million.
About the
If
laughter
you want to start comparing death numbers, willful just
and about the
dereliction of duty,
dreams that will never
him and
be
his party
fulfilled.
completely surrendered
I've sat
on it.
with
And
these families.
many people, look, predominantly
In living
conservatives,
rooms where
needlessly
the
died as a
silence
result
is
of it.
so loud
How many
that
living
it
rooms are silent? How many chairs are
Where
empty?
photo albums
Because they decided they weren't going
are
to do anything to stop people from dying needlessly from a respiratory
with trembling
infection.
hands. How did we get here? It happened because Democrats cynically decided they wanted votes from illegals more
than they wanted to protect our children.
No undocumented immigrant can vote. It's just a total and utter lie. It's a
Today,
conspiracy theory that they
as a
push
result of
over
Joe
and over
Biden's
again.
presidency,
Yeah, it used
your
to be a thing
family
that Nazi websites
is
would
less
talk about
safe.
on the extreme fringe, and
Your
now it's literally
children
just convention speech
are
fodder.
less safe. The country is less safe. But here's the good news. We can fix it. And when Donald Trump is president, we will fix it.
Oh, by the way, undocumented immigrants, there will be no deaths, no murders under Trump. By the way, we should go look up how many undocumented immigrants committed crimes under Trump, and I guarantee you it's a similar number.
Because he's done it before.
But they will use those exact numbers as justification for him to stay in office to end them. It's the game that they always play. Joe Biden's responsible for it. Donald Trump is responding to it.
Immigration in 45 years.
So that part is finally true. It is record number of undocumented immigrants under
It's
Biden.
real simple.
So you could stick with that.
He's done it before, and he'll do it
It's also
again.
ignoring the international context of us coming out of the pandemic and the chaos that caused.
And this situation in Venezuela, et cetera, but nevertheless, the numbers were large.
And Lakin and Rachel. Tonight, I speak for Jocelyn. And let us go forward together and keep our sacred oath to defend the Constitution and to protect the American people. Let us secure our borders, enforce our laws, protect our children, and restore the future.
We can start talking about the complete lack of action after school shootings. If he's talking about kids who've died, how many hundreds of kids have died needlessly in these sorts of shootings? Literally in his state, many have died.
When we remember who
The Democrats
we are,
never do.
No, they don't.
and
It would be
who we
considered too
love,
underhanded, too vicious.
and we act to protect them,
You're going to start listing the names of the kids in Uvalde who died?
then will we
He doesn't care.
truly make America great again.
The entire day of the convention is about keeping people safe. Have they mentioned mass shootings?
Thank you. God bless
Gun
Texas, and
violence.
God bless the United States of America.
So he said that he speaks for these families. He actually literally doesn't. The two of those families have asked Republicans, please stop using the death of our daughter as some sort of cheap political talking point. And nevertheless, they come out here and he literally said, I speak for Jocelyn. Right, I speak for these people.
Cool.
No, you don't. You don't. You literally don't. And so a lot of fear mongering. John, your point is excellent, which is that if we talked about all the empty chairs of the children who've been killed in all the mass shootings, because Republicans won't do anything about gun control, we talk about all those dead kids, they would say, how dare you, you're turning up the rhetoric and you're being, you're encouraging violence against Trump and the Republicans and you're outrageous. And they're like, they come to their convention, they're like, oh, because of Biden, this woman was raped and killed, and then this woman was shot and murdered, and it's all because of Biden. What happened to turning down the rhetoric?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're allowed to do it, but we're not allowed to do it. That's why I'm oftentimes so aggressive. Because no, I'm gonna do the same tactics that the Republicans do and see how they like it. And whenever I do it, they don't like it at all. All of a sudden they catch massive feelings over it. Like, how could you say that? You're not allowed to criticize Republicans, right? No, goddamn right I'm allowed to criticize Republicans. Ted Cruz is some sort of rodent that walked in off the street and sitting here demagoguing and trying to get you to hate people nonstop while pretending to care about you, just pretending to speak for families he doesn't speak for. So he's a disgusting character, and it speaks very poorly of the Republican electorate that they keep electing that guy.
Yeah.
So do better.
Having lived in Texas for 5 years, I hate that he is occupying that spot. Texas is a big, important state. Lots of people live there. And they have a guy who is way more interested in occasionally running for some sort of office and then mostly just hosting a podcast. How has he been a leader for conservatives in Texas? What legislation is he working on? What has he sponsored? He jets out at any sign of a crisis. He's obviously far more interested in his own media career, his own national profile. Like you get 2 senators, and for a state as big as Texas, they need 2 who actually give a damn about the state.
Yeah. So he's unctuous, and it's interesting that Donald Trump seems so much happier than when Ted Cruz was speaking, other than the wonderfully evil smirk he had while DeSantis was speaking. So, and that's because look at the contrast between the 2016 convention and the 2024 convention. At that point, Ted Cruz comes out and doesn't endorse Trump. He gives a speech about himself, he gives a speech about the Republican Party in America, but he never endorses Trump, and it becomes a big to-do. And then the donors beat him down. And then Ted Cruz, and then I wrote about this in Justice is Coming. Check that out, tyt.com/justice, okay? So, and then his main donors, the Mercers, slammed the door in his face at the convention. And then he starts the groveling. And the groveling has gone on for 8 brutal years, right? And we've all had to witness it. And it's like watching some sort of BDSM porn you didn't sign up for. Like, please make it stop. I don't want to watch it, but they've like got our eyes open and they're like, okay, watch Ted Cruz grovel to Trump. No, I don't want to.
You didn't want to see it in the first place, but unfortunately Ted Cruz liked it, so it showed up on his feed on Twitter.
Yeah. So I don't want to see any more German porn with Ted Cruz, but Trump does. So that's why when he comes out, and the first thing that he says is, "God bless Donald J. Trump." Trump's like, "Goddamn right. What happened now, bitch?"
Yeah.
Right. And what happened was he became his dog, his groveling little dog.
Yeah.
And so, look, man, everybody's got to do better with their politicians. And when we have issues with ours, you see us being very honest and forthright about it, okay? But Republicans, less so.
Yeah.
And you can't tell that Ted Cruz is a groveling,
oily,
greasy guy who changes on a dime based on, sucking up to power and sucking up to the donors. Come on, man. So I think we need to have a lot more primaries, both on the Republican and Democratic side. I mean, keep going until you find an honest one. I know it's really, really hard, but Ted Cruz's whole point is to serve power, whether it's the power of the donors or the power of Trump. So pretty sad. Okay, we're gonna take a break here, and when we come back, we've got a little bit more for you guys. So we'll be right back.
Do all of you know the Young Turks?
An outlet like yourself that's willing to cover this story from the very beginning.
You have the Young Turks and a bunch of other progressive forces saying this is the time to fight for our values.
And I think right now there are a lot of progressive voters, many leftists who feel like they don't have a home.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
What we've done is sustainable, slow, healthy growth. And I think that's the way news should be, where you don't rely on sensationalist stuff. You don't lean on whatever's trendy in the news at any given moment. You just go with the truth.
You gave me a platform.
You've uplifted so many other progressive voices through this network, and you're constantly looking for people that you can amplify through the work we do, through the infrastructure that you built at TYT.
It takes those early people who believe that can really be the seeds of this movement, and that has been the Young Turks.
We're super serious about the news. We also managed to do it in a way that is fun and lighthearted. We're not TYT, you're TYT.
Welcome to the Damage Report. I'm John Idarola. This is gonna be a big one.
Meanwhile, in the Arctic, you know where this is going. You watch the Damage Report, the Arctic's on fire. Obviously, why would we be talking about the Arctic except to tell you that it's melting once again? The Republicans aren't that interested in it. I wonder why. Lift out of poverty up to 3.7 million people, including an estimated 1.3 million children. Hashtag save the children? Not if it costs money. I mean, come on.
All right, back on the Young Turks. Cenk and Michael Schur here with you guys at the RNC. We're in Milwaukee. I like this one comment from Bark Nova on TYT.com, one of our members there. I'll give that to you guys. Then we'll listen to Sarah Huckabee Sanders' speech. Bark wrote in, Tuesday's usually Operation Hope Day, but because of the RNC, instead of hope, we get Carrie Lake and Rudy Giuliani. So Operation Despair, RNC, abandon hope, all ye who enter. Okay, little less optimistic than Operation Hope or Operation Joy, but I hear you. All right, guys, I'd love to get to more of your comments, and we will at some point, and we're gonna get to members only for the last couple of speeches, so good time to become a member, hit the join button below. But let's watch Sarah Huckabee Sanders right now.
Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Thank you. What a powerful story to follow. Good evening. I'm Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Okay, apparently a lot of applause. I assume that's why she's pausing.
Yeah, I mean, popular in that room, but her popularity in Arkansas plummeting.
I have always been proud to stand with President Trump, but never have I been more proud than to stand with him right now, tonight.
Why do you think her numbers are going down now?
Arkansas. I think because you know, I don't know. I think that there's the people blame the people in charge when things aren't going well. They, you know, I don't know enough about what our cans and gripes are right now, but those numbers.
God Almighty intervened because America is one nation under God, and he is certainly not finished with President Trump.
That doesn't sound, I think, the way she wanted it to sound.
No. Okay. Right. And God intervening again. Did God intervene?
For Corey?
For Corey.
Yeah. And he covered his family. I mean, it doesn't get any more heroic.
He's the hero. Yeah. I am here tonight as America's youngest governor, the first.
Really? She's the youngest governor?
The first woman to lead
younger than
the great
Westmore,
state of Arkansas.
Younger than
Yeah, no, I'm just, I'm sure. I'm just
seen her live. She was
a mom to 3 amazing kids, Scarlett, Huck, George. When I was President Trump's White House press secretary,
the
best job.
Best job.
I got the chance to take my 4-year-old son, Huck, to bring your kid to work day. Much like Jill now drags Joe to bring your husband to work day.
Did you hear that? Based on Jill Biden? Like Jill Biden brought Joe Biden to work. Like she brought her little son to work. Oh, God.
And while I was briefing the president on the upcoming event in the Oval Office, all of the kids who were attending that day gathered in the Rose Garden, getting ready to meet him. And we were walking out onto that beautiful, perfect colonnade. And I saw out of the corner of my eye that my son Huck was running full speed directly at the President of the United States. Being the gracious person he is, President Trump bent down to give him a big hug. And right in front of everyone, Huck sidestepped the president, completely ignoring him in front of everyone, and ran straight into my arms.
Got a bit of advantage there.
For my 4-year-old son, the most powerful man in the world had nothing on his mom.
He's 4. He doesn't even know that guy's president.
Yeah.
Can you believe he ran to his mom instead of a stranger?
President Trump didn't mind at all. After all, He's a dad to 5 unbelievable kids and a grandfather to 10.
Right. Can I tell you something?
Some of whom are coming to this convention.
Yeah, by the way, I guarantee you, Trump minded.
There's no question.
That's why she remembers the story.
And while
what's
that
with your
story
son?
is certainly a special memory for my family, it's an even greater reminder why I support President Trump, not for me,
really,
not
that
for
story,
him, but for my kids and for yours.
That story? A 4-year-old ran by a man he didn't know to see his mother.
That's what convinced you to, man, low bar.
The world was safer, and it felt like the next generation would have a chance at the American dream. President Trump did the job that Kamala won't and Joe Biden simply can't. When we're honest,
right? In anticipation
every
of something.
American knows that we were so much better off under President
Trump. They
Trump.
almost never called her Harris.
Never. Or vice president.
Harris sounds
So tonight I don't want to just speak about President Trump's successful policies. While there are many, I want to talk about the man that I know. When the president hired me, I was the first mom and only the 3rd woman to ever serve as the White House press secretary.
I think the 3rd woman starts to not be as historic.
Right, and first woman, 1 out of 3 women were moms.
I endured relentless attacks from the left.
Dana Perino.
I was insulted as a guest at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. My family
they make
was denied service and kicked out of a restaurant.
And now they're booing her.
And a parent at my 3-year-old son's preschool spit on my car. And in those moments, it was President Trump who defended me. And when an MSNBC host, the author of several books on empowering women, said I was unfit to be a mother, and another MSNBC host said I was vile, not even human, and that I should be choked, MSNBC again did nothing.
That doesn't sound right.
But our president pulled me aside, looked me in the eye, and said, Sarah, you're smart, you're beautiful, you're tough, and they attack you because you're good at your job. Never let them stop fighting.
I don't believe that story at all. I don't believe Donald Trump said any of that.
Thank you,
I don't think he noticed that they called her vile or any of that. And then pulled her aside and reassured her. This story sounds like the biggest pile of crap I've ever heard. I don't believe a word of that story. Oh, President Trump noticed an MSNBC panel dissing you and was like, are you okay, Sarah? Because you're so beautiful and strong. Really?
Trump I will always respect. The left doesn't care about empowering women. Biden and Harris can't even tell you what a woman is. They only care about empowering themselves. But we have a president who believes in empowering every American and that our country is worth fighting for.
He empowered them so much, he took away their rights to control their own body by appointing 3 Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe v. Wade. Don't you feel empowered?
Republican governors have been leading that fight and doing what Joe Biden refuses to do. We've deployed the National Guard to the border. We've cracked down on crime and drugs. We cut taxes to give hardworking Americans a break from Bidenflation. And we empowered parents with universal school choice across the country.
Oh, yeah, she's destroying education in Arkansas. Privatizing, stripping away funding from public schools. Maybe that's why she's unpopular.
That could be the unpopular.
To take a hard line against China, and I'm proud to be the first and only governor in the country to kick communist China off our farmland and out of my state.
Chinese farmers in Arkansas?
I mean, I looked up this thing about where an MSNBC host said that she should be checked. Nicole Wallace asked Kristen Welker after Welker said Sarah Huckabee Sanders wouldn't answer a question.
President Trump is a leader.
Asked her, said, "Oh, sometimes how are you not able? Don't you just feel like ringing
And if
her
ever
neck?"
there was a doubt,
You know, that's
earlier this week, we
You
saw
shouldn't have said it, but it's not. It's different.
tough,
it's different.
resilient,
Yeah, it's like, oh,
courageous,
it's like
and
that.
daring this man is, and we can't get him back in the White House fast enough.
Going pretty fast so far. Yeah, that's true. But them getting back into the White House is going far too fast. That's the big applause line about can't get him back in power fast enough. Well, to be fair, they wanted it to be so fast. They wanted it to be 2020 when he didn't win.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not called to stand still in the face of great danger. You and I were put on this earth at a moment in time to charge boldly ahead. We cannot know what the future holds, but we know damn sure who holds the future in his hands.
I'm not even sure what that
God
exactly
spared
means.
President Trump
Oh, okay.
from that assassin, because God is not finished with him yet.
But he was finished with him. That makes me sad every time.
And he most certainly is not finished with America yet either.
When God says, "I'm not finished with you yet," I'm not sure that that's a positive thing.
With God as our guide and President Trump back in the White House, we will show the world that America is the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die.
Unless you're a Chinese farmer. I don't think so.
Right. And then get out of here.
Yeah. No freedom for you, all right? Get out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Moved about her son.
You know, come to think of it, my kids met Bernie Sanders, and they hugged me before they hugged Bernie Sanders.
Right.
I've got an equally heroic story,
Tonight,
apparently about Bernie Sanders.
Let's not leave here just excited about a great few days, but let us leave here energized and committed to making sure that we protect our freedom and we have the ability to pass it on to the next generation, because America is the greatest country that the world has ever known, and our kids and our grandkids deserve to enjoy it the way each of us did. And we will with President Trump back in the White House. Thank you so much. God bless the great state of Arkansas and the amazing United States of America. Thank you very much.
No, you got to give us USA.
They were USAing. They were USAing in the crowd.
I know, but when she did her State of the Union response, she did that hilarious USA, USA,
perversion. Yeah, that's true. You know, again, another not rousing speech, and you know, it's a thankless job. These are conventions; you can only do so much and say so much. But well, I mean,
put me in, Coach.
No,
not here, but,
right. but
the next one.
But you're not invited. I don't think.
No, you think so?
Well, that's what I mean. Like they invite, and they know what's going to say.
Michael, I have a story where I saw Joe Biden and I started running towards him. Okay, and then at the last moment I swerved and hugged my mom instead. Is that not heroic enough to get a speech?
Put him on the stage. Put him on the stage.
Okay. All right. Now you want to talk about a rousing speech? You ready to mumble? Here comes Ben Carson off the lowest rope.
Who some people have said to me over the past few days should have been the vice presidential nominee.
Wow, interesting.
Right. Okay. Nothing says let's fight age with Ben Carson.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So we're still okay. Hold on. This is a highly anticipated Ben Carson speech. This could have been the amazing electrifying vice presidential speech.
Yeah, it could have been.
Yeah, why did anybody tell you that they want to ban? Because they're just saying that because they don't want to seem racist. Like, well, I would have wanted Ben Carson.
Capable, he's
I
smart.
would have.
Dr. Ben Carson.
I'll tell you my favorite. I'll tell you my favorite Ben Carson story later.
Thank you.
After I wake up from a Ben Carson like that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, Sarah Huckabee always says to me, I hate to follow you. But I think she turned the table on me tonight.
Really?
I
would love to follow you.
Here
Got it. Who wouldn't want to follow Ben Carson?
Like many of you last week, I watched with horror as the events unfolded in that Pennsylvania field. I saw President Trump, a dear friend, escape death by mere inches. And my thoughts immediately turned to the book of Isaiah that says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper.
That's the first thing you thought.
Yeah, actually, there's probably some truth to that. He thought, how can I exploit this politically?
First, they tried to ruin his reputation, and he's more popular now than ever.
It's actually not that true. It's just that Joe Biden is less popular.
And then they tried to bankrupt him, and he's got more money now than he had before.
Well, it depends on how you count True Social. If you don't count True Social, no, he
put
doesn't.
him in prison, and he's freer and has made other people free with him. And then last weekend they tried to kill him, and there he is over there alive and well.
By the way, they tried to kill him. But we're turning down the temperature.
Very trying to kill him.
In all seriousness, I am going to tell you a hilarious Ben Carson story later.
You know,
there's actually two great.
I have no
They're not
doubt
too great, Ben Carson.
that God lowered a shield of protection over President Trump. And I join millions of Americans in thanksgiving for President Trump's safety. And I encourage you to join me in praying each day for his continued protection. You know, our hearts go out to the victims in the audience. Let's also pray for them and their families. These events have brought unusual clarity to the times we are living in. We have all harbored the nagging feeling that everything we love is slipping away. All you have to do is turn on the television. The free press, a pillar of any free society, has abused the public trust and resorted to lies, deception, and disinformation. They divide us along lines of race, class, and gender, rather than uniting us around our shared bond as Americans. Our government has been no better, shredding our Constitution and upending the rule of law. We have a wide open border, a broken education system, and chaos breaking out around the world. And on top of it all, we have a president who, well, if you can't say anything good, don't say anything at all.
I bet he says something bad anyway.
But ask anyone around the world, what does it mean to be an American? Most will tell you that it means unlimited opportunity. That where you begin in life doesn't dictate where you will end. That's the America I grew up in. In no other country could a poor inner city kid raised by a single mom make it to an Ivy League school, then to medical school, become a successful neurosurgeon, run for president, and eventually become a member of the president's cabinet.
He makes Joe Biden look energetic.
You know, and as a member of his cabinet, I had a chance to work closely with him. And I got to tell you, this is a man who is a gift to us as a nation. He is very gifted. He is very smart. He is very compassionate. He cares about people. And I'll tell you, the first time I met him was before either of us got into the political arena. And we were at Mar-a-Lago, and someone came up to him and said, "Mr. Trump, Rod Stewart just walked in." And he said, "I don't care, this is Ben Carson."
Again, I don't believe that story either. Trump's obsessed with celebrities.
Yeah, there's not a chance.
I feel blessed that I've been able to live the American dream. But my story is moving further out of reach in America today. The lessons my mother taught me, like hard work and the value of well-rounded, patriotic education and faith in God above all else, are being forced out of the public square. But we're all here today because we know we can bring these things back.
No, this one's so good. Somebody might want to name a whole show around.
We live in a country where the people rule.
Is there a song,
we have the power to choose the kind of nation we will be and the kind of men and women that will lead us. And today the choice could not be more clear. The most repeated phrase in the Bible is this: "Do not be afraid," or "fear not." It appears 365 times in Scripture, a reminder to live each day with faith, hope, and joy as joyful warriors for Christ.
No, I'm done with this guy. Okay, all right, cut it. He's never going to say anything interesting. It never has, never will. And Michael, you stole my thunder on the, I spent a lot of time with the president. I was thinking just as you said it. No, you didn't. You're the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Right. If he saw Trump twice in 4 years, I'd be surprised.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's what didn't happen in the Trump administration. Hey, what's going on with housing and urban development? Hey, I really want to check in on urban development. What's going on? Okay. All right.
Give me Carson.
Give me Carson. No, I don't want Rod Stewart.
Yeah, right.
I got to talk to Ben Carson. All right, guys, here's the situation. We're gonna do the last two speeches, Lara Trump and Marco Rubio, in the bonus episode for the members only. Okay, and I'm going to tell you the two exciting Ben Carson stories, believe it or not, in the members only episode. You guys are amazing. Thank you, all the members, for carrying us here, getting us here, and that's why we're allowed to be so honest and open, etc. Because you guys allow us to. You guys support us when we do it. So I appreciate you guys. Hit the join button below. tyt.com/team. We're not going to argue with you if you throw something into the, what do we call it? The till? Is that a thing that's good?
The kitty, the till,
kitty. Okay, well,
donation plate.
Oh yeah, if tithing, no, not really. I wouldn't know that far. No. Okay, so tyt.com/team. And you can also sign up to the website that way. We appreciate all you guys. We'll do the last two speeches and we'll be merciful and give you the funny Carson stories. We'll see you there.